We need to get rolling here. We're already running a little behind schedule. I can't see what y'all are doing behind me, but I hope everybody's getting in their seat. But we'll go ahead and get started. Thank everybody for being here. On behalf of Moultrie and Colquitt County, welcome. Welcome to Moultrie, the home of the Colquitt County Packers and now the home of PCOM. So glad to be here in this facility. So, before I introduce Brian, if he wants to make his way up to the front, and he's going to introduce some of his team here at PCOM South Georgia. I told these guys this the night before their ribbon cutting, and that was just thank you. Thank you for taking a chance on rural Georgia. This is exactly the kind of public-private partnership that this council and our speaker have been asking people to do, is to join together and go to rural parts of the state and make an investment. And, we're known for our agriculture here, and we grow a lot of different things. But we're excited to add growing doctors and growing health care to that list of commodities in this region of South Georgia. So, Brian, thank you for letting us be here, and we're excited about what we're going to do the next couple of days, and I'll turn it over to you.
Testing, there we go. All right. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, special guests, those of you who have traveled to Moultrie to be with us today, thank you for taking time to come to Georgia's newest medical school, the only four-year medical school south of the city of Macon, and the Fall Line Freeway, if you will. Of all the places that you could be today, the PCOM community of learners is glad that you're here, spending time learning more about the state of Georgia and, frankly, learning more about the osteopathic mission that PCOM has for rural Georgia. Welcome. We're glad you're here. Just a couple of housekeeping items, if you will. From a security briefing perspective, if you would, just in the highly unlikely event that we might need to ever evacuate this space, please take a moment just to note the exit places that you see around, exit signs that you see around the campus. Restrooms are out the door this way, and small restrooms are to the right. And if you go to the lobby and to the left, you'll find more restrooms that way. The break rooms are available for members and staff just right around the corner in our testing center. And for all of our guests, you'll find a break room space right out front of the door here. And please make yourselves at home. Refreshments available for everyone. Wi-Fi access, you might have seen that on the screen earlier, but if you'll go to PCOM Guest and log on there, the username is Guest, and the password is Hershey, little h, 3R, capital S, H-E-Y. Do I need to say that again? I'm seeing some heads nodding out there, so go to PCOM Guest, type in Guest as the username, and the password is Hershey, H, little h, 3, little r, capital S, H-E-Y. Those are small letters as well. And members, you will find in your break room, there are gift bags that have been provided by PCOM and the Moultrie Chamber of Commerce. We appreciate their partnership in helping host this special event. And Ms. Kim Lucier back in the room, you're waving back there, as our special events manager. If you have any needs, if anyone has any needs whatsoever, please find Kim or myself. And Joanne Jones is around somewhere. Our campus officer is around as well. We'll all be happy to assist. Mr. Chairman, the General Assembly was very kind to provide assistance to PCOM as we embarked on this journey in building this campus in South Georgia. Last year, you provided us with, the state of Georgia provided us with $200,000 in startup funds, and we are grateful to tell you that we used your startup funds to help outfit, if you will, our simulation center with some of the mannequins, the high-cost mannequins and high-fidelity mannequins that we have to help as teaching aids for our students. We used those funds for faculty recruitment and for pipeline programs, which we started with high schools in the region prior to even opening the door here at PCOM Georgia. We appreciate the partnership that we have with the state of Georgia, and to talk to you a little bit more about that partnership and about the partnerships we have in the Southeast Georgia and Southwest Georgia region, I'd like to call on Dr. Michael Sampson. Dr. Sampson is our Chief Academic Officer. He's our Senior Associate Dean for Clinical Education, an Assistant Professor of Family and Sports Medicine, and about 3 or 4 other titles that he maintains here at PCOM that I won't try to recall at this point. But Dr. Michael Sampson.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you for joining us on our campus. Pretty nice, right? This is what 6 plus 7, or how much we ever spent for it. I can't remember what we spent on it. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for your support of this school. I'd like to do a little PowerPoint, but what I'd really like to do first is introduce the 59 students from PCOM South Georgia that are going to start populating the state of Georgia in medical education. So, class of 2023. We haven't had white coat ceremony, so I swore that they had to lock these up in their closets and not get them dirty until a white coat ceremony. So they got to use them twice already, once with the governor and now once with you guys. So this is awesome. They've already had their first anatomy exam, and they're still smiling. For now. These students represent South Georgia, Georgia proper, and the Southeast region, so we're very proud of them. Being surrounded with white coats, I'm getting kind of nervous. They're coming to take me away. Okay, Georgia, here's your future doctors. Okay, you guys can go stand over there, because I got a PowerPoint to present. We just wanted to show you look pretty and everything, and now you can. Photo ops, always look for cameras. I didn't teach you guys anything about Hollywood. Christian Edwards already in front of the camera. Okay, thank you. So just a little quick highlight of PCOM South Georgia. Oh, I broke it already. There we go. All right, so basically osteopathic medicine was A.T. Still, who was an MD. He started osteopathic medicine back in 1874. He flung the banner of osteopathy. Basically wasn't happy about the health care of the time. They were giving poisons to help people. It just wasn't evidence-based medicine. It was just, hey, let's try whatever works. So he revamped, kind of looking at the whole person, body, spirit, and structure, function, and just looking at the whole person, not really treating the symptoms, but treating the whole person, and that's what he went on. He started a school in 1892, the Kirksville College of Osteopathic Medicine, where I graduated from in 1992. I'm a Centennial grad, so I'm pretty proud of that, here now in PCOM. Basically, like I said, he focused on mind, body, spirit, and preventative medicine. This was the first whole person medical school, if you will. So PCOM came around in 1899 in Philadelphia and was founded. It's basically, again, still the osteopathic principles, mind, body, spirit. We're a private, not-for-profit corporation with university status. Basically, we're teaching these students how to treat the whole person, not just the symptoms. A decade ago, we were down in Suwanee, Georgia, or actually up in Suwanee, Georgia, and now we're here. You're in the newest, and I like to say, the flagship of PCOM. President Feldstein, he doesn't fire me yet when I say that, so I'm still pretty happy. If you all here, ribbon cutting back in August 2016, or I'm sorry, August 6th of 2019. This was a glorious day. We were very happy with that. And of course I had to get, put up picture with the governor and the first lady. So again, we're 3 campuses but 1 mission, PCUM Philly, PCUM Georgia, and PCUM South Georgia. Basically, our mission is to educate the future healthcare physicians for the region, particularly here in South Georgia. Other programs, and we are the expansion campus, so other programs that are on the Georgia campus and the Philly campus will most likely be coming down here, again, with your support, will coming down here. The DO degree, which these fine students will be getting, pharmacy degree, doctor of physical therapy degree, physician's assistants, and then our graduate programs, biomedical science, psychology, forensic medicine, and master's in medical simulation. As you've been walking through the campus, and if anybody wants a tour, please let me know. I'm happy to do that. We're located here, 75,000 square feet on 31.7 acres, graciously donated from the Jeter brothers. We're an innovative medical curriculum with an academic expansion. We have early clinical experiences, which these guys are very excited about, simulation experiential learning, and then rural medicine focus. So we're not just a medical school in South Georgia to train physicians, we're rural Georgia training rural physicians. We're in partnership with the South Georgia Medical Education Research Consortium, Colquitt Regional Medical Center Foundation, Moultrie, Colquitt County Economic Development, Jeter's partners, Colquitt County Board of Commissioners, City of Moultrie, individual donations of PCM Foundation, and also with your state support. So again, thank you very much. Please give us more. My little plug. PCM South Georgia was built in South Georgia to be a resource in the community and regional center for excellence for medical education, with the end result being advancement of health and medical care of the citizens of South Georgia. That's why we're here. That's why we're a medical school in South Georgia. We have partnerships with regional EMS for continuing education. Actually, we just did that beginning of August. We met with the regional EMS providers here, and we actually gave them state-of-the-art training, which they would have had to go to Atlanta or other places. We gave it to them here. That's one of the reasons why we're here. We partnership with local technical colleges and also nursing programs, EMS. We're actually doing an IPE, an interprofessional education program, Friday here on campus with Southern Regional Tech with some of theirs, and also streaming with the Georgia campus as far as interprofessional education. Letting everybody know what everybody does on the healthcare team, and then just the betterment of the Georgia community. Partnership with hospital residency programs. Our first use of simulation here was with the Colquitt Regional Medical Center's residency, family medicine residency program. They came over and did training. They were the first ones to use the Sim Center. And then pipeline programs with local and regional K through 12 programs inspiring students to pursue a career in medicine and healthcare. We worked with Colquitt High School, Grady County. We did a session there with pipeline. We also did a pipeline down at in Bainbridge as well. And we're going to continue to do more and more. And again, with your funding, that helped out. So thank you for that. Here's the Georgia leadership. It frightens me that I'm a leader, but Dr. Craver, he's the Dean and Vice Provost of the Georgia campus and also all the both campuses. Myself, Joanne Jones, our campus officer, and then Marla Golden, who's our Director of Clinical Education. This is the front of the building, as you saw when you walked in. This is the back of the building. This is what it looks like. It's like a Star Wars X-Wing fighter, if anybody's a geek like I am. Pretty exciting. I got to do my steps, see how many steps it takes to get around this building. This is the classroom. The students got to pick whatever classroom they wanted, and they picked this classroom, so very state-of-the-art, very nice. These are the study rooms that we have. This is the Colquitt Regional Crossway, basically, or the connector. This is another picture of the classroom. This is where you are right now, if it doesn't look familiar to you. This is where we're going to have actually med staff meetings, community meetings, whatever. We're here for the community. A medical school can't live in a bubble. It has to be out in the community. This is the osteopathic manipulative medicine lab, where we train the students to do manual medicine. That's one of the things that also makes DOs different, whole person medicine as well as manipulation. These are some of the students from across the Southeast. As you can see, Georgia Southern University, UGA, Emory, Valdosta State, Georgia Tech, University of West Georgia, Alabama, University of Florida, Auburn, and Florida State. And then these are the Sewanee class of 2018, where they match throughout of Georgia. And again, that's why we want to push We need GME. We need graduate medical education. If we want to keep them in Georgia, we got to have the residency programs to keep them here. So you all are staying in Georgia, right? You heard it first. You said it in front of legislators now. They got you. And here's the back of the school. Very nice, serene. And that's it. So thank you again very much for letting me do this presentation. Thank you for all you do for us. And if you ever need anything from me, please let me know. Thank you. Okay, students, see ya. Go study or go have lunch.
All right, does anybody have any questions for Dr. Sampson leaves real quick? Everybody good?
If you do find me later, have a good scores or questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Dr. Sampson. And I will say, he's been out to the farm and actually tried to drive a tractor, so we're still working on that. But anyway, appreciate what y'all are doing here. And it's good to see Chairman Harrell here, Chairman of Ways and Means. Thank you for being with us. I think everybody got introduced pretty much at our last meeting. So we kind of skipped that part, and we were running a little behind. We'll try to stay on track going forward. But next person we have is Michael Foer. He's the VP State Government Affairs with Windstream. He's a new face to their company, and so they're one of the major service providers in this area, and they've got some exciting things going on and another investment being made in rural Georgia, so we wanted to hear from them and know what they're doing.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. We really appreciate it. Beautiful facility. My wife actually, I live in Cleveland, Georgia. My wife actually works at the PCOM facility in Swanee, so, it's interesting. It's a great opportunity to be here. This is what one of the things broadband supports. We recognize that. We have to have connectivity in order to get the rural development like this, and we're proud to be in Moultrie today, which is one of what we would call our first gig cities, and I'll go into that further here in just a moment. If I may, I'd like to introduce a couple of the people who make it happen. I get to talk about it, but there are a few people who make it happen here in the room. Jay Berkshire, our president of Georgia Operations, is in the back. He is a real driver for Georgia, a real teammate on your side to get things done. We've got Daryl Barron, who is the director of operations for this area, and we've got Ben Summerlin. Ben, if you live here, you know Ben. Ben's actually celebrating his 40th year today with the company, so we're blessed to have him. This is a map just to give you an idea of the footprint of Windstream across the state. We serve rural Georgia. We've been working hard to make enhancements, but we definitely serve the rural areas of Georgia. Since 2014, we've invested $500 million in the state. It's hard to tell you in 10 minutes how we spent $500 million in the state, but as I go across the state and meet with the legislators, I continue to hear we're getting less calls, we're noticing the improvements. That's the desire. We've made a lot of improvements now in many of the areas. We just have to get people to make those upgrades so that they can see the benefit of the work we've been doing. Over 450,000 Georgians now have access to 25 meg or greater. I'll show you a slide in a minute that will just show how significant that change is. Approximately 250,000 now have access to over 100 meg, 80,300 meg, 28,000 gig, and that's as of the end of July. We were voted 2019 Military Times Best for Vets. We have 1,148 employees here in the state of Georgia. Over the last year, we've hired 123 more technicians in these rural communities. That's all across the state in the rural communities, and they live here in the areas we serve. Gig City, Moultrie, one of our biggest announcements right now. I'll go through a little more detail here shortly, but we're going to have over 10,000 premises here in Georgia and in Moultrie that have access to gig fiber. That was a significant investment that the team decided was worth making based on the trajectory they see in this community in the state and the desire to promote that. We serve 106 counties in Georgia. This is an example of what that investment has accomplished in the state. We've got an example of what we had available in 2013 versus 2019. I didn't include anything under 25 meg because that's not really significant. We're looking at 2013, we had 2,512 customers that could get 25 to 40 megabit on our network. 2019, we have 111,000 that can get in that range. 50 meg, we have around 91,000. 100 to 500, 223,000. And gig, we've got 28,000 right now. That's a significant improvement in that period of time. And how we're doing it, we're using every tool in the toolbox. We're extending fiber closer to the premise. We're using that last mile of copper and upgrading the electronics on it so we can bond it. So fiber to the premise is definitely a tool we're using and going to continue to use. VDSL2, that's where we push the fiber closer to the premise, but we continue to use those copper twisted pair, and we bond them together in order to amplify the amount of broadband that we can get, anywhere from 25 to 200 meg, just based on the distance that you are from that. We've got broadband over coax. When I was talking to Jay and we were praying about, me moving to Windstream, I actually worked for an EMC broadband network before this, so I understand both sides. But there was a press release where Windstream was upgrading 80,000 customers to 300 meg. That may just fly by some people, but when you've worked in the industry and you understand what it takes to build to one customer and the cost entailing one customer, and you see somebody just upgraded 80,000 customers in the state of Georgia to 300 meg, that's significant, and we're proud of that. In instances where we don't have access to other solutions, we'll put a broadband amp in there to try to get them from 3 to 10 or 3 to 15 or 3 to 20, whatever we can pull out of those. That's the very rural areas where we still know we have to do work. And then wireless is another tool in the portfolio. Representative Green's been gracious to set up meetings in his communities with us, and these are some of the maps that I've used in those meetings to share what we've got out there. So the city of Shellman, the purple that you see is 200 meg. So downtown Shellman, and you'll see this in the next slides too, some of these rural downtown areas, we've got 200 meg. Some of them have some fiber for gig, but it's typically in the downtown areas. You've got to build from the center out in these areas. So we're enhancing the electronics in those areas, building them up and strengthening them those. But now downtown Shellman, they can drive economic development in there. It's not a hindrance at this point. Same thing with Osceola. Had a meeting there just a few days ago. Dawson, Georgia. We actually have fiber to Andrews College, so we have gig in Osceola. In Dawson, I apologize. But you can see some of the limiting factors, and this is what I'm talking to the communities about as we talk about the broadband initiative that's out there and how we can work together. When you get out to the blues and the light greens, that's the limitations of some of the copper. So we're pushing fiber closer, but we haven't solved all these areas yet. Sasser, Georgia, another small community that we've been able to upgrade in the downtown area. And this is Moultrie. Moultrie we've worked out in 2 phases. The blue was phase 1. So in phase 1, we covered 4,500 premises with gig available to the premise. Phase 2, we're going to cover about another 5,700 premises. So we'll have over 10,000 premises in Moultrie that can get gig fiber. And again, we're proud of that. That's significant. And a great point in that I would like the committee to take away from it is we were able to do this because we had existing infrastructure in this community, and we maximized the use of that infrastructure. So the average cost for us to do this, 10,000 customers, it cost us $1.6 million to do this, $160 per premise passed. We were able to do this because of the way it was engineered, because we had footprint here that we were able to use. And that's what we want to see going forward with this broadband initiative. Let's partner in ways that we can maximize the benefit of the dollars spent. But we're proud of what we're able to accomplish here. As I mentioned, what are we doing now? We're working with the communities. We're educating on the broadband initiative, setting up meetings with them. I'm going through the initiative. I'm telling them what they need to do to become a broadband certified community. so that they can be first to the table to apply for the funds when they become available, and we'll be right there to work with them on that process. And then going forward, future opportunities, Windstream's invested $26 million in wireless. We think that it's going to be a significant part of the solution going forward. Our engineers are working out ways that we can reduce some of the hindrances that wireless has typically had, where pine trees are a killer on wireless. But if we create mesh networks in certain areas, we're thinking that we can overcome some of those hindrances and build strong networks that at a lesser cost than what we're seeing in trying to deploy fiber clear to the premise in certain areas. We're going to continue to work on fiber. We're going to continue to edge out on the investments that we've made. We're going to continue to reach out to the communities, and we hope that if you have communities that we serve in your area, please let them know we're interested in partnering. We're interested in partnering in this public-private partnership arena and working with them on the broadband initiative and getting the funds when they become available. We'll support them. We have engineers. We have a lot of support. We'll stand in there and we'll work with them through the process. We're also extending our hand to the EMCs, SB2 enabled the EMCs. You know, a lot of them just aren't interested in being in the business. And, you know, but imagine how far we can go together. You know, imagine what it could look like, again, coming from that side, if we can create a three-way partnership instead of a two-way partnership, where we're going to take care of the broadband and we're going to contribute a match, and the EMCs are going to be a part of this too, and they're going to contribute a match because of their smart grid that they're going to use it for, and then we put that in with the state broadband funds, and we can accomplish a lot together, a lot more together than we will be if we're working apart. So we are interested in that, and we're willing to look at that, you know. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity, and I'm here to answer questions now for you.
Anybody got any questions for Michael? Man, you're going to let him off easy?
We're making
Chairman
progress.
Dick?
Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome.
You sort of made some comparisons of your growth in building out your system and all. Are some assumptions changing, business assumptions or business model? Are you seeing more take-up? I don't think the density's changing any much in rural Georgia. Mm-hmm. But is it to take up more, or are people willing to pay more for the service? I mean, you got to get your investment back. So I'm just trying to get in my mind what's improving.
Well, really, the take rates are staying pretty consistent from what I'm seeing. You know, when you deploy new broadband initiatives, you're going to look at about a 20% early take rate, and then it's going to continue on after that. I think Windstream's just investing in areas. Again, you've got to build this from the inside out. So we've got to build from the dense to the less dense. I'm not really seeing much different in the market. Jay, anyone else can feel free to stand up. But what we've got now, we've made all these improvements. Honestly, when I started 4 months ago, I was just overwhelmed with the amount of work that Windstream had done. We've got engineers, we've got field teams out here doing work, but the communities don't know about it. You know, when we went and met with Shellman, they weren't aware that they had 200 meg downtown because we hadn't been there. We built this infrastructure underneath, but now we've got to get people on it in order to, and that's going to continue to get the calls to decrease as we get people on it. And then as we do that, we'll continue to edge out even further, you know, into the communities. I hope I answered your question.
Mm-hmm. Chairman Parsons.
I want to ask, this deployment, say, in Moultrie, and the fiber, what kind of a percentage of customers are actually signing up for it? I guess the first question is, are you actually putting fiber in that footprint? Are you putting every residence, or just those ones that sign up for broadband and housing? And then what kind of percentage of customers that you already have are actually signing up for the broadband service?
We completed the build and started offering the service in August for phase 1 of that time frame of August. What we did is we passed the premises. We didn't put the drops in yet. We're going to put the drops in as the customer subscribes. So we've passed all the premises. We have access. Anybody in that footprint can get it. We will build the drop to them. They're close enough to do it, and we'll absorb that cost. But we don't really have we're getting steady orders, but I don't have a number for you yet. I'll be glad to look up some detail if you'd like.
I was just curious. I appreciate what you're doing. It's always one of the comments we get. Well, you know, if you go down some, you know, place that has 100 people, we don't have, 40 people sign up for it.
Yeah. One thing I find interesting about the Moultrie build is the demographics around the community that we built to are significantly different in certain areas. So it'll be interesting to see what the take rates are over time in each one of those areas, because again, anybody inside those areas can get it, whether it's a business or a residential. We didn't just build to the business, we built to the entire residential footprint around it too. So we'll be glad to track some of that and give you feedback on it over time.
Chairman Jasper.
Yes, sir. Thank you for what you're doing in North Georgia, too. But I just got a question. So when y'all are sitting around, you know, your development meetings or whatever, what are you saying? Do you wish the state of Georgia would do X to make our job easier or more effective? Do you have any comments you'd like to throw out to us on that?
I really think you're headed in the right direction with what we're doing. You know, we're doing what we can do in the areas that we can do it in. It's just going to take us a long time to do this, to accomplish what people want accomplished. We're overbuilding telephone infrastructure that wasn't designed to support broadband. That twisted pair just wasn't put in the ground to provide a 100 meg broadband connection. Well, so we're re-engineering, we're continuously pushing the fiber out and out and out. But if we want to expedite the process, I think you're doing what we need to. We need to get the funding. I would like to see, from our perspective, us not spend more than we need to by overbuilding networks that are already there. I would like to see us continue to work in a manner where we can get the funding and maximize it by using the networks that are in place to build out from there. But just continue with the trajectory, get some funding in there, and you know, we have a great relationship. We've provided our maps to DCA. I have a great relationship with them. We're constantly consulting on ideas. So that's my feedback.
Chairman Martin. So, boy, I'm just not up on the pricing right here in the community, but I can tell you that if you're talking about downtown Moultrie, it doesn't matter where you are in that footprint, it's a gig, and that's a symmetrical gig up and down that you get in there. I'm not sure if Daryl or anyone else has some feedback on the pricing, or we can get back with you, and I apologize, I didn't. Okay. Anybody else? All right, Michael. Well, thank you. You know, and I'll just say, you know, I noticed the word partnership several different times. And I think about this problem is pretty similar to farming these days. It's expensive, it costs a lot of money, and you can't do it by yourself. So forming partnerships and trying to work with others definitely will help us go further. So thank you for being here.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Next, we've got Wes Robinson. Wes, you here? Come on up, Wes. Wes is with DNR. He's going to talk to us about the GOSA bill. If many of you remember, we worked on this session before last. It was a piece of legislation that had been going on for a long time, probably 10 years or better. Chairman Smith, is that right? Great accomplishment. We're all very excited about it. The rollout's fixing to kind of take place as far as applications, signing up, and basically want to grow our outdoors and get more people outdoors and spend money in stores so that more people can go outdoors and have places to go and spend time with their families and have that quality of life aspect in all the areas of our state. So, Wes, have at it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wes Robinson, Director of Public Affairs, Georgia DNR. I'm here to talk about something really, really exciting for DNR and really for the state. It can't be overstated. This is really a game changer piece of legislation that passed 2 years ago, thanks to the lead sponsor in the House, Chairman Watson, for that. So first, I want to kind of set the stage on what outdoor recreation means for Georgia and show you a little bit about how it's really impacting all of our communities across the state. So, we manage over 1 million acres. We've got over 60 state parks and historic sites, and about 10% of Georgia is protected land. And then of that 10%, about 7% of it is land that's open to recreation. So just our state parks alone, this isn't even counting county parks, city parks, the federal properties, but just state parks alone, we see 9 million visitors with a $900 million economic impact. That's a huge number. And we're talking hunting and fishing too. We've got about 1.5 million licensed anglers and hunters, and just the retail sales alone are in the $2 billion range, which is pretty significant. That's not even counting the gas that they're putting in their trucks when they're going out for a hunting trip. So pretty remarkable, just the impact that this has on economic development in Georgia, and they're widely distributed throughout the state. And so some of the trends that we're actually seeing is that a lot of the federal properties, you typically see them in lower density areas in terms of population. The state properties also tend to have that same characteristic where they're generally in a lower population area, but they're typically within a reasonable distance to a population center. Nearly every Georgian is within about an hour of a state park or WMA, which we've got 100 WMAs. And most people's first interaction with the park or with outdoor recreation is their local park, is their local community park, their county park, their city park. And those are much more evenly distributed with high population areas and also low population areas. And so clearly, the impact is huge on Georgia just from an economic impact point of view and also just where these facilities are located. And so it was really no surprise. I mean, maybe it is a surprise. I mean, it's hard to find 80% of people to agree on anything these days, but over 80% of Georgians supported the Georgia Outdoor Stewardship Act when it was on the ballot this past November. It originally passed in 2018, like we talked about, and then there was a cleanup bill last year. And so this law actually went into effect July 1 of this year. So the Board of Trustees have had their first meeting. The law is in effect, and as I'll get to in a minute, applications are now open. So the legislation had specific intent on what it was meant to fund. It was meant to fund state parks. It's meant to fund state lands, WMAs, local parks and trails. So that'd be a park and trail that's operated by your city, by your county. And then also to protect critical conservation lands. And now, while those are the types of projects that are to be funded by the Georgia Outdoor Stewardship Act, those projects are supposed to go for these specific causes that was actually spelled out in the legislation. To protect water quality, to protect around our military bases. That helps if there's another round of BRAC, to have those military bases that don't have encroachment issues, and also furthers their conservation mission, which is really important to the Department of Defense. Promotes outdoor recreation, hunting, fishing, all spelled out in the legislation. So it's supposed to go towards these specific causes. So the good news is the year one projections are actually higher than anticipated. The amendment authorized up to 80% of the sales tax collected on outdoor recreational equipment, and then the law authorized 40% of that. So we have room to grow further if the General Assembly chose in a future year, actually. And so we were originally targeting around $20 million or so with that 40%, but with sales being pretty good, it's actually looking more like $30 million for this first year, which is a huge chunk of money to go towards these projects. And so that gets us to where we are today. That gets us to September 1, just a week and a half or so ago, which is when the applications opened. So applications are live. If you've got folks in your communities, send them to us. We'll help them out, get them an application going for any project that they have. And so we'll start taking those. It'll run through the end of October. That's how long they have to apply for these. And then the project selection will actually occur in January. So over this 2-month period, we'll start taking them in. Then we'll score them based on on some metrics that were approved by the Board of Trustees at our initial meeting in July. And they'll actually pick the projects in January. So the way that that process works is they're first approved by the Board of Trustees for the Georgia Outdoor Stewardship Act. Then they go to the DNR Board of Natural Resources. Well, they'll approve that slate. And then by the end of January, we will submit them to the appropriations subcommittee chairs that have jurisdiction over DNR. And so they'll get the final sign-off on what those projects are. And so we'll send those over to the General Assembly by the end of January. It's a great process because it has a lot of oversight on it and a lot of people making sure that these funds are going to what they're intended to go to. And so we'll see all that getting going right after the new year. So please encourage your local communities to apply. So far, since it's been open, we've had about 30 applications getting started already, which is a great number. We want to see more. We want to see hundreds of applications come in because there's quite a bit of money to go around, and it's all going towards a truly great cause. So who can apply? Your local government can apply. Your city can apply. Your county can apply. If they have a rec board, some counties have that instead of a parks department, they can apply. A state agency can apply, so DNR can apply. Forestry can apply, for instance. And then also NGOs can apply. I had a meeting just a week or so ago with a local nature preserve in one community. It's an NGO. They further conservation education. They're eligible to apply. So if you have one of those in your community, please encourage them to get in touch with us. We'd be more than happy to work with them on what a project might look like. That being said, there are certain criteria around it. They are in the $500,000 to $3 million range, 500 on the low end, and $3 million is the cap. So we'll be issuing these grants of that size. And this is because we're really looking at projects of regional significance, which is something that was spelled out in the statute. So this pot of money is not necessarily for ball fields or a smaller level of project. This is for something really that's going to have a huge impact on that community. So something, if a couple counties were partnering together for a regional park, or a large section of trail that interconnects multiple counties in a region, that's the type of project that we're looking at here. So if you know of somebody that's interested, we're going to do an annual grant cycle. They can apply once per year. Again, it is $500,000 to $3 million is the range. And the applicant must provide a 25% match. That can be in kind. So if they have a parks department and they want to provide some in-kind support with their equipment or with their labor, that does definitely qualify. And then what we'll do is we'll actually reimburse them for the costs of any eligible project that's completed. And then that project does need to be completed within a 2-year time period for these parks and trails. So one of the things we hear from is $500,000. It's maybe a little too big for my project. It's maybe a little too big for what my community has going on when it comes to outdoor recreation. And that's okay, because we also have other resources that are available for those smaller projects. These are 2 grant programs that are actually, it's federal dollars that flow down through DNR, and that we actually issue those grants. And so Land and Water Conservation Fund, these are for the ball field type projects. These are if you've got an outdoor rec facility in your county that needs to be revamped. And then the Trails program, that one's pretty self-explanatory, is for trails. And that grant cycle also just opened up. And so here's a map of kind of where those projects were distributed. The last time we did a Land and Water Conservation Fund grant cycle, it is throughout the state. And then we had 19 counties receive them the last time Rec Trails program was issued. And so that's a little bit of a summary of kind of where we are with GOSA. The applications are live. Please have them get with us or Taylor. Taylor is the person that's been really working for the better part of a year on. She's the one been directly responsible for implementing GOSA, and is doing a great job. And we want to be as helpful as possible. We want as many people as possible to receive these grants. So please, if anybody has even an interest in one of these grants, please have them get in touch with us, because we'd love to help them any way that we can.
Chairman Allison.
A couple of questions.
Yes,
On
ma'am.
the 500,000, is that was that in the legislation or is that in rules?
That was in rules.
In rules?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, a lot of rural counties will not be able to do that. And I had someone call y'all about my county and Lanier County wanting a boat ramp, and they said we could apply, but where would we apply? We couldn't apply for the 500,000 for a boat ramp.
Right, and that 500,000, you know, the reason we kind of landed there is how do you quantify regionally significant? Because regionally significant in Cobb County, where, you know, you may have a million visitors versus another county where you may not have that level of impact, we try to create something that would kind of level the playing field a little bit because we do have those resources for smaller projects. And boat ramps are actually a really good example of that because we actually get funding available through license sales dollars where we're able to help. A lot of times the way we do it is we'll fund the boat ramp and then have the county operate it. And so I'd like to talk
How much
further
did you
with
get
your
on your
community.
license sales last year?
I think it was about, I think it was around the $30 million range.
From your license sale?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I had, all right. And another thing, I've got a historical society that is applied through your license thing, but we weren't understanding that it was $30 million last, so I'll go back and recheck on that.
Yes, ma'am. I just pulled it up. It was last year's $31 million for our license sales. And then now, if it is a historic asset, we actually have another grant, believe it or not, just for historical resources as well. And those funds are generated from the sale of those historic license plates, as you may see.
Now, how much did you get on the historical line?
That was about $70,000, if I'm not
That's what I
mistaken.
thought. Okay.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Anybody else? Chairman Smith?
Thank you. That was a great summary of a very complicated bill of issues, so thank you for that. When we were going through this process in the General Assembly, one of the concerns, especially now with the shifting conversations about our annual budget, was that there might be a temptation to offset normal budget allocations to DNR because of this. And it was not the intention of the legislature that that be done. Can you give us some insight into all of that, if you would?
Yeah, the legislation said that any GOSA funds were to supplement DNR's budget rather than replace DNR's budget. And so far, you know, with this being the first funding cycle, you know, everything looks good. And, you know, we're excited to see what kind of applications we get in.
Thank you. Thanks for
Of
your
course.
presentation.
And again, DNR can't apply. So if we have a state park in desperate need or a really critical piece of conservation property that's of large interest to the state, the department itself can apply for those resources through this program.
Anybody else? All right, Wes.
Thank you,
man.
Chairman.
Appreciate it. Thank you for what y'all do. All right, next we've got Jamie Jordan, Office of Workforce Development, TCSG. And I just want to remind all the speakers as they continue to come up that this group, for the most part, knows what y'all do. So we just want to hear about the issues and how we can fix those issues going forward.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all for having me. I definitely will not give you any background because I think everyone knows who TCSG is. I have been losing my voice, so I hope you can hang in there with me and hopefully it doesn't crack through this thing. But I want to talk about a topic that has really been, I think, a buzzword in the last 5-6 years, at least the last 7 years since I've been in this field, of talent/workforce development. And how do we provide the talent pipeline that we know we need as a state in both our rural and our urban areas to make sure that we can continue, like we just saw today, being the #1 state for business 6 years in a row. So I want to spend some time at first, I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. You have a copy of this presentation. I by no means will spend time on each slide. Some I'll click through pretty quickly. So please feel free to review those afterward and on your own time if you want to, or if you want more information, please see me afterward. I want to spend some time at first kind of talking about, if this will work. Should this be working? Start off talking kind of the landscape of where we stand now from a workforce standpoint. As we know, a lot of these slides I'm going to show charts that are showing federal trends, but can tell you as we get the data for both state and, do I need to be over here? There we go. Sorry about that. As we look and compare the data from a federal standpoint to both a state and local standpoint, the trends hold out. So what I'm going to show you today in these charts, and that's why I encourage you to look in your packet, because they're going to be hard to see from up here. The first slide you didn't see is showing the number of retirements we can expect from a baby boomer generation. And that's where we're finally getting into that stance where we now know on average every day we're going to have about 10,000 baby boomers that reach that retirement age. And up to the year 2030, some days that'll go as high as 13,000 a day. So we're getting into that place of what's been called the silver tsunami that we've heard about the last 10 years. And we're kind of in the beginning phase of that, and that's what this chart shows here. So what you're seeing here is kind of the different multi-generational workforce that we have right now. Now, right now, as you can see, we have 4 different generations that are interacting and having to function together in the workforce. And working with employers, I can tell you that comes with its own challenges. As you have 4 different generations that are trying to communicate and learn from each other and teach each other, there are challenges that come with that, and that's going to continue. And so what you see in that top gold line, that is the baby boomer generation and the percentage of our workforce that they compose. And you're seeing we're finally now at the very beginning stages of that tailing off. If you extended this another 10, 15, 20 years, you would see a sharp decline in that gold line, and you'd see an increase in the other colors. And that's where us being prepared to understand that as we look at fields like construction and the skilled trades, we know that for every 5 people that are planning to retire in those fields, we currently at best have 1 or 2 people in the pipeline to replace them. And so those are concerns that we've got to look at to see how do we make sure we're providing the talent we need to stay sustainable. If we have luck with moving forward. There we go. So as we'll see, as we're losing people, we also know demand is still really high. So this is showing you statewide the top 10 numbers we have in terms of job postings, projected outcomes, and what we've heard from employers. Now what I'll do is I can go through these slides, if they'll keep going. You'll see that we have job openings in every field. And I'm not going to go through each of these industries. You have these in your packet. I just include these slides so you can see it's not, it doesn't depend on the industry. Luckily in Georgia, we are here to a place where we've got growth in just about every industry at some point in the state. And so with that, we know that we've got to make sure we're doing everything we can from a workforce and education standpoint to provide a robust training infrastructure that can provide the talent that's needed for each of these industries. And I'll get to the end as you'll see ags in here as well, which presents its own challenges from a workforce standpoint because there's a pretty huge divide between the skill level that's needed in ag. And then I also make sure I always include the education one there because we know we have a teacher shortage. If we don't have the teachers we need and the quality we need, none of this matters. So not only do we're losing workers, we also know that there's a huge demand. At the same time, we see stats like this that show that the demands for those occupations are constantly changing. This is an older stat. I remember when we first started using this, 2020 seemed a long way away. Not so much anymore. And so some updated studies show this number to be as high as 75% of jobs in our economy are going to require some type of occupational specific post-secondary training. So what that means is something beyond high school. It doesn't have to be a 4-year degree. It could be a certificate. It could be an apprenticeship, but something that is after high school that is skill related, that is specific to that occupation. So not just a general degree that's going to get you in the door. Now, if you look at where we stand now, you would think, if you look at the numbers and the trends, you think we're moving in the right direction, and we definitely are. So these show you that we do have an increase in the number of our high school graduates that are going on to get some type of post-high school training. But where the concern really comes is when you look at this slide. When we begin to pull those numbers down a little more, and you take the graduation rate to the high school, to the college enrollment rate, to completion, then that last number is where we're struggling the most right now. And I know this to be true with the folks that I graduated high school with. Our relevant job placement from that initial post-high school training is where our rate's the lowest. And so we're seeing that a lot of our high school graduates that are going on to acquire some type of post-secondary credential, only about 40% of them are actually then landing a job related to that credential or training they received. Now this number can change if you look at 10, 12 years out, because a lot of them end up stumbling back into a technical college at 27, 28 to then get a different certificate or degree. But this is that initial training out of high school, and that's where we see right now roughly only 1 to 2 out of our 10 high school graduates are actually getting the exposure or training they need to land the occupational specific training that we know is needed. All that combined with, as we see stats like this, we know our economy is changing every day. So when you see stats that show around 85% of the jobs that we're training for and that'll be in 2030 haven't even been invented yet. Now that sounds very, pie in the sky, chicken little, the sky is falling. But really what this means is you can take something as simple as, say, nursing. If you compare what was required to be a registered nurse in 1950 to what's required to be a registered nurse today, it is a completely different job. And so that's what this means. We may have the same titles and occupation, descriptions, but the jobs themselves are changing. And so we got to make sure we build an infrastructure that actually can adapt to those changes in the economy. So also on top of all this, we know we're seeing changing industry dynamics. So the chart on the left is going to show you in terms of a percentage of our workforce by industry. Historically in our country, manufacturing and agriculture, by and large, were the largest by numbers employers and industries in our country. And we've seen a steady decline in those over time. That is not a decline in the strength of those industries, and that's what you see on the right side of this screen. So when people who say, I grew up in Griffin, which was a textile manufacturing town, and so people that have seen a lot of those manufacturers move out think manufacturing's dead or dying in Georgia or in the U.S. We're actually producing more as a country than we ever have before. There's more manufacturing now than we've ever had in the history of our country. But what you're seeing from a productivity and then an employment standpoint, we're producing more with much fewer people. And so we've got to realize the dynamic is going to come to make sure that we don't then say we don't need to focus on manufacturing, because we do, but making sure we train for the jobs that we know are going to be there as that continues to change. Automation is another one we hear a lot about. Some people, again, take chicken little, the sky is falling approach on this to think all jobs are going to be automated and eliminated. I don't see that to be true, at least not anywhere in the near future, but it is definitely going to change the nature of a lot of jobs, and it's going to change how we train for those jobs. So we know that a lot of low-skill, repetitious jobs are the ones that are most susceptible to automation. The ones that are not are things like healthcare, where there's a lot of human touch. Again, those high-skill manufacturing jobs. So as we begin to see how automation is going to affect it, we don't just get scared and say we all need to buy a robot, but we understand how that shifts how we train for jobs and understanding how each industry will be affected by this. We also know in terms of employment itself, we have the growth of what's being called the gig economy. So these are individuals that are kind of working freelance, either as an Uber driver or producing things that they're selling on Etsy. They're not employed by a company themselves, they are their own boss. So you may call it a small business owner, but usually they'll be the sole employee. And understanding how that factors into the readily available workforce when we try to set up training programs to see that all these people that may not show up in our numbers as unemployed are not actually the ones that we're going to have to try to find to retrain. And the last here we'll show is showing the change in dynamics in general in terms of the number of employees that are working traditional 9-to-5 jobs and those in part-time work. We're seeing some interesting trends that have not held historically, where we have really a tremendous, especially coming out of the last recession, a huge increase in the number of people that are working part-time as opposed to full-time. And we have to understand, as we try to target and train for full-time workers, what this shift means for us and how that even narrows even more how we find the talent we need to train. Wage growth is another one that's an interesting piece that we have to figure out how that looks. As we know, it's an issue that can be in rural Georgia as well. Keeping that in mind to understand as we talk to employers, that is a factor that does affect retention and retainment. So how are we addressing these issues? So at TCSG, we are, as you know, the state administrator for the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. That funds our public workforce system, which is WorkSource Georgia. And so one of the things that we've been investing heavily in are what we call worksource sector partnerships. So as part of WEO, as you know, the state gets to hold back a small percentage for administrative duties. And we've been able to use efficiencies in how we run that at the state level to reinvest those funds back directly into our regions in our worksource sector partnership work. And so what worksource sector partnerships are trying to do is to bring together the partners you see on this screen and more into a regional collaborative to begin to have a comprehensive conversation about education and workforce development. We understand that each of these players, and as you know, has something valuable to bring to this conversation. And so instead of trying like we've done for a long time of operating in silos, we want to see how do we bring everyone to a table like this and begin to say, you've got knowledge, you have resources, how do I combine that with what I'm doing to get the biggest bang for our buck? Because the reality is not any one of these individual partners can solve these problems. And they're very complex, and you'll see with Greg and others' presentations how this works. But we are using those funds to invest in the infrastructure for these partnerships, to give them money for staff to dedicate to this so that we can begin to have a greater level of collaboration. We've already seen the needle move on that. We've had 2 rounds, so to show you again, I'm not going to read this. You have this as a description of what this work looks like. It is complicated. I could do an hour presentation just on sector partnerships. But we have seen progress. It is tough work, and Greg's going to get into that. This is not easy, but nothing worth doing is. And so we've invested in the first round, we invested $3 million. We just renewed round 2 at $4 million because we've seen the progress already that we upped that investment. So we're excited that now as a state, we've taken $7 million of those WEOA funds and reinvested them directly back into your regions and communities to begin to strengthen these partnerships. This shows you we started off, aside from Savannah and Atlanta, asking them to focus on a single industry and get it right. This is really tough. It's robust work. So instead of trying to do 4 or 5 industries poorly, we said, let's get one right and then we can expand. And that's what we're seeing now. So this was the initial from round 1, the industry focus for each region. As you can see, the regions mirror our economic development regions. It's the same as the Regional Commission or GDOL map. And so this is the ones we wanted to push, because even though we have a separate area map, we want to work off these regions because, as Wes said, we see the value in regional collaboration. So what does this work look like? To highlight a few of these, starting with stuff like data and collection alignment, we have a lot of different data across these partners, a lot of their different data systems, and trying to figure out how we can share that data to make sure that we're not double serving or double dipping. Looking at things like the CTAE offerings at the K through 12 level to make sure are those actually mapped to what the industry needs are in your region. So this is all about making a regionally tailored workforce and education effort to make sure that from the beginning up, you are making sure you're trying to make sure you're training your region for the people that are in your region. We talk a lot about, we've seen the demographic trends that are happening in terms of population loss in rural Georgia, and knowing we talk about the brain drain. But the reality is when we look at those numbers, we're talking about the top 10% being shaved off. We still know that 7 to 8 of those people are going to stay in their communities that they grew up in. So instead of trying to talk to a manufacturer in South Georgia to recruit an engineer from Georgia Tech, why don't we train somebody from that community that wants to live there and raise a family there to be that engineer in their backyard? And that's what really, the sector partnerships are about. And a big piece of that is building career pathways. So I won't spend a lot of time on this either, but you've got some charts in here to show you what that work looks like, some charts that we show to kind of visually show this is a birth to work from the very beginning on of making sure you have that strong education foundation that then feeds directly into what's going to become the talent development pipeline. And so there's a few of these that you can go through that I won't touch on each one that'll show you what we're trying to show as best practices of what this work can look like at each level and how it continues. This is not different segments within the pipeline. This should flow continuously from one to the next with the end goal being employment. And that's what we're hopefully trying to accomplish more and more. We talk about integrated pathways because this is also, we know we have a lot of adults in these communities that would like maybe another chance at getting their career right. And so instead of just building a pathway that works for someone that may be in 3rd grade, why don't we find somebody that may be 30 or 40 or 55 but say, listen, I'm not done yet. I've got another 20, 30 years of me in the workforce. I want to try something new. And so we begin to also make sure in this work that we're developing what are called integrated pathways so that you have a chance to get into this at any point in your life or career. So a few existing resources. These are not news to you guys because you guys are responsible for helping put these in place, but I want you to know these are the types of things that we're trying to encourage our regions to make sure they're taking full advantage of. The first one being obviously near and dear to us is the Hope Career Grant. We thank you for all the work you guys have done to really make that a robust program. We've seen tremendous impact and we're continuing to see that grow and to see how that affects rural Georgia as much as anyone. And so again, you'll see the 17 as you know that we've done. We've talked about the other on the Hope STEM side, if this will keep going. So you guys also, a bill 2 years ago where you offered the weighted STEM courses for the Hope Scholarship. Again, that helps like exactly where we are here today to continue to push people on the Hope Scholarship side toward those in-demand fields that we know are going to continue to grow. And the last is, again, as we know, we have a partnership between our agency and GDOE to give what's called U-Science, and this is one that we're really encouraging these sector partnerships to take advantage of because it really helps students identify early on not just their interests, but what they have an aptitude for. And so these sector partnerships are trying to develop training models where they can target those students who have an aptitude for these industries, but maybe never knew to be interested in them, and see how we can try to increase those interest levels. And so that's just kind of some slides to show you what that looks like and how we're encouraging them then to build it in. And I will leave the rest for questions. I told Holly I'd leave 10 minutes. I actually beat that. So she was really nervous when I had 49 slides. I said, trust me, I've never been told I went too slow. So questions?
Yep, I think we've got some. Chairman
Perfect.
Houston.
First of all, how much, thank you for coming.
Absolutely.
How much federal workforce development money does Georgia get?
Sure, so it varies. So we actually, because we're at the tail end of a good economy, this is the first year when we started to see those funds decrease. So prior to this year was right around $90 million. We saw about a 10 to 12% cut this fiscal year. So it'll be about, I think 82, 83 is where we're looking at for the upcoming year.
All right. How much, and so you get, what percent do you keep for administration?
Sure. So it comes in 3 different funding streams, and we get 10% of each. So take 10% overall is roughly what we get to keep at the state holdback, and that's what these funds were pulled from.
All right. Do y'all, I know for a while, I don't think people were aware that so much money was going to their local
Sure.
community development
Absolutely.
thing. Have y'all made any improvement in oversight for these boards and
Sure.
the way they're spending the money?
Absolutely, and that's been a big effort of ours. So as you know, our transition to TCSG last year, that has been something that we have really been working on board training, of making sure that we do an annual programmatic monitoring process that we've made even more robust, where we spend a week on site at every one of our local areas, and we look through their books, we do case management pulls to make sure that everything is the way it needs to be. I think you also said the biggest issue we face is from an awareness. A lot of people don't even know these dollars are in their community and that they can be utilized. And so a project we have, and we're excited to say actually in the next week and a half, we're rolling out segment 2 of what's called Great Georgia Jobs. So we have partnered with Dale Cardwell at Trust Dale, and they've helped us produce, we're going to have a new 4-episode segment that's going to be airing in every media market in the state of Georgia to show what Workforce Georgia looks like, to show you success stories in your own communities, some really moving individuals, some with disabilities, some who are in that second career, and showing how these are available to anyone in your community that qualifies, and how as a state of Georgia, we're working to make sure it's as innovative as it can be.
Well, I appreciate y'all not just looking at this money as a pass-through, that
Sure.
you know that you are stewards of this money.
Absolutely.
Thank
Absolutely.
you.
And we take that very seriously. Other questions?
Chairman Smith.
So the state of Georgia is pursuing the creative arts and entertainment industry. But one of the revealing factors is that these are never guaranteed lifelong jobs.
Sure.
And that these individuals who choose this as a career are essentially having to learn to negotiate for
Sure.
themselves or their own contractors.
Sure.
Are they getting any kind of training on how to manage and handle contracting continuously to get jobs?
That's a question I'd have to point you to Jeff Stepikoff at the Georgia Film Academy. Obviously, they're the ones that have done this for our system overall. I'm not familiar with what's in the curriculum for those programs, and you're right, that's a challenge we've heard consistently. And that's why for us, we have the resources there. I think now they've got more people interested than I think we can even accommodate. So it's not one where we have an interest gap anymore. The interest has been met, but I think it's a valid point, and it's one that I would hope, yes, at the Film Academy, they're building that in, because you're exactly right. We've heard that from individuals. The other one, as you know, can be tough is in construction, because it's one, as you know, it ebb and flows with the economy, and so we have that concern with people where we have to reassure them that there's a lot of jobs there right now. Of course, we can't predict the future, but there's a huge demand. Other questions?
Anybody else?
We appreciate you.
You either talked really fast and they have no idea what you said, or you did a great
Well, that's
job.
why it's in your book. So if you have questions that come up, please reach out at any time. I know there's always questions about our workforce boards, and please, at any time, if you need help either getting in touch with them, or if you have concerns, if something's going on that you're not sure about, please reach out to us. That's why we're here. So we appreciate you all.
Good deal.
Thank
You,
you.
Jamie. Appreciate what y'all are doing with all of that. Next, we've got Greg Wilson with the Carl Vinson Institute. Come talk about that word I mentioned earlier about partnerships and things that are going on. So come on down.
Good afternoon. Chairman Watson, Chairman Jasper, some members of the committee, thank you for having me here today to talk about workforce development partnerships and ways that the University of Georgia is helping to build that talent pipeline. I think it's only fitting that I come after Jamie. I think Jamie kind of laid out some of the challenges, some of the needs we have as a state in terms of workforce development and laying out some of the programs. What I've been asked to come talk about today is how the University of Georgia is working with communities in rural Georgia and across the state to build their talent pipelines, to prepare for what's next, to help them be competitive for economic development opportunities now and into the future. At the Institute of Government, I have the opportunity to lead our workforce development, economic development, technical assistance programs, and have the opportunity to work across the state with communities and agencies as they're trying to build their talent pipelines. So what I wanted to, so I'll just keep talking here while we figure that out. So what I wanted to share with you today is to kind of cover a few examples of partnerships that are working, lessons learned from those partnerships as we think about building new partnerships and putting resources into workforce development here in the state of Georgia. So Jamie talked about what a sector partnership is. And a sector partnership is both really complicated and really simple. Certainly there's a lot involved in it, but really it's really business, education, and government coming together to figure out how we can help a key industry like healthcare, like manufacturing, like logistics. How can we help an industry that's important to our state, to our region, to our community to be successful? So when they're looking at an expansion, we can win that expansion. When they're looking to come into our community, we can win that prospect and land them here in our community. So I wanted to talk about some lessons learned from sector partnerships. As Jamie mentioned, the state's invested heavily in sector partnerships over the past several years, and we've had the opportunity to work with Jamie and the Office of Workforce Development on these now going on 5 years. what I wanted to highlight was just a few lessons learned from sector partnerships over the years. And these are really kind of specific to sector partnerships, but I'd also argue, though, too, these are related to workforce development in general, so not just sector partnerships. And the first thing that we've seen that's really important is that business and industry must lead sector partnership efforts. We cannot do workforce development work if we don't have business and industry at the table, directing the work, leading the work, encouraging us forward on this work. So if we're in Northwest Georgia and we're working on advanced manufacturing, we need Shaw and Mohawk and Engineered Floors at the table, helping to make sure that we're staying honest and we're really addressing those needs that are focused on them. And then the next thing we have to do is we have to start by listening. This initial needs assessment is so very important. Sometimes, and I get accused this by my wife, of trying to jump to solutions. And I think we all want to, we want to help. We want to help our communities, we want to help our employers, but we have to listen first to understand what those needs are. What are those hard to fill jobs? What do we have to do to help keep us moving forward? As Jamie mentioned, sector partnerships are new. We've really been doing them right around 2 years here in the state. They're an important tool, they're new, but they're also a new way of doing work, and I'll highlight some of those ahas. One thing we see in sector partnerships and workforce development work in general, and really kind of any kind of community development planning type work, where a neutral third-party facilitator plays such a really important role. Sometimes it's really hard to have these tough conversations in a community. Sometimes it's helpful to have someone who wants you to be successful, but doesn't have a horse in the game, except that they want you to be successful. And we play this role over and over in workforce development and a lot of other opportunities. And the last one is, and Jamie mentioned this already, is that it's so critical that we have resources and workforce development partnerships that can help play a staff role. They can help play a project management role to help move us forward here. So the differentiator between workforce partnerships that are being successful and workforce partnerships that struggle is a lot of times there's staff support to help move them forward. So what I want to do now is, what I want to talk about, so I talked about some lessons learned, but I think it's going to be most helpful here today to just zero in on a few examples of where workforce development partnerships are working. So first I want to take you to Northwest Georgia. This was one of these sector partnership grants, and in Northwest Georgia they focused on advanced manufacturing. The flooring capital of the world, carpet capital of the world, and they wanted to make sure that we have that next generation of workforce for advanced manufacturing in Northwest Georgia. And the approach they took was the right approach. They did a needs assessment process. They started by asking employers, what are the needs you have? What are your jobs that are hard to fill now? What are your jobs that are going to be hard to fill in the next 5 years? Where are the gaps? Where are we falling short? What can we do to best help you? And it's a pretty fun process to watch. To ask employers, what can we do to better serve you? To ask employers, where are we falling short? So we can keep moving forward on this. So in Northwest Georgia, they worked with the Georgia Tech Center for Economic Development Research to help facilitate this process. And a couple things they accomplished in Northwest Georgia. First thing is they did their industry needs assessment. They found out what are the needs of Shaw, Mohawk, the auto manufacturers, everybody that's involved in advanced manufacturing in Northwest Georgia, and really cataloged this for the first time. They created some working groups to address what came out of that needs assessment. So there were lots of issues that came out of that, but they have working groups that are working on addressing that. They have a brand for their initiative, and they're launching a new website to help students learn about advanced manufacturing careers. I think the other thing that's really interesting about Northwest Georgia is this isn't the first workforce initiative happening in Northwest Georgia, but they're building on work that's already been happening over the past several years. Okay. So what I want to talk about now is a sector partnership that I've had the opportunity to be involved in over the past 18 months. So in Southwest Georgia, they received a sector partnership grant, and they chose to focus on healthcare. So they did this for several reasons. First thing they did is they looked at data. They looked at labor market data, they looked at economic data, they looked at that demographic data, and all those data points show them over and over that healthcare is an important industry in Southwest Georgia, it's a growing industry in Southwest Georgia, and it's one that they had to address. But they didn't just look at the data. They also talk to employers like Phoebe Putney and Colquitt Regional to find out, what are your challenges? Are you really having a hard time hiring right now? Can we help you on this? And so before they launch into this, they validated that with data. Yes. Good. Okay. Sorry.
Schedule for a little bit. Why don't we do that real quick and come back and see if we can get this worked out. All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes. All right, if I could get everybody's attention. If everybody can come in, I think the anatomy class is over or adjourned or not sure, but if everybody could come on back to their seats, and we'll get started in 2 seconds. Greg, sorry about that. You want to just give everybody a quick minute to get corralled in? That's I was gonna say I have to start like calling cows around here and get everybody rounded up and in the pen.
What's your favorite cow?
Boy, come on. Let's see. I think we're good.
Okay.
Greg, you want to go ahead and
Well, good.
fire
We'll try
back
this
off?
again, part 2. I appreciate the challenge that was thrown my way. So I want to kind of pick back up. I won't go through everything that I talked about, and I know some of you may have struggled a little bit to hear me. But what I'm talking about is kind of a follow-up to what Jamie's talking about. We know that workforce development's a challenge here in the state. It's a challenge across the nation. It's actually a worldwide challenge. But what can we do as leaders in our communities, in regions, in the state, to build talent pipelines, to get the workforce that we need so we can be successful? And that's what I'm talking about here, is how a community, how a region, how the state is taking action to build the workforce that we need to be successful in economic development. So I want to kind of use some case studies here today to go a little deeper and talk about ways that the University of Georgia is helping communities to build workforce pipelines. So Jamie mentioned the sector partnership grant that the state has put out 2 years ago, and then most recently just this past summer. In Southwest Georgia, they wrote for a grant on healthcare. They were looking at their data, and their data told them that we've got a lot of job openings in healthcare. Nurses, doctors, clinical positions, non-clinical positions, and everything in between. They also saw the demographics of Southwest Georgia and the state as a whole and recognized there's going to be even more demand for healthcare in the years to come. But they also talked to employers like Phoebe and Colquitt Regional to find out, is there really a need for healthcare workforce? Are you having challenges? And the answer was a resounding yes. Having lots of challenges hiring right now. So they received their High Demand Career Initiative grant, and WorkSource Southwest Georgia, which is the Workforce Development Board for the 14-county region for Southwest Georgia, they engaged the Institute of Government at UGA as their facilitator, their neutral third-party facilitator, their technical assistance expert. And what we did is we helped to walk them through the sector partnership process from the initial planning conversations that happened right in the beginning all the way to implementation and launch and getting them really to where they are today. So if the computer cooperates, I want to show you a short 1-minute video clip that kind of highlights some of the work that went into this.
New relationships are paving the way to better health care across Southwest Georgia. An organization called WorkSource Southwest Georgia secured a $186,000 grant. They are using that to build a system of communication and collaboration between healthcare facilities and educators. Jerry Chapman is the regional planner for the company. He tells us the biggest hurdle is finding which issues each group is faced with and how they can work together to improve.
The school systems know what our problems are, but we're finding out we don't know what we don't know. And that we're actually getting a lot of things solved, a lot of solutions.
Now, those groups are meeting once a month for the next 2 years to work through any issues. Today they focused on top needs for the healthcare field.
So what you saw here was the needs assessment meeting that I talked about earlier, that needs assessment is so critical. So we had major healthcare employers, the hospitals in the region, coming to the table and talking about what are their needs now, what are their needs into the future. They brought their projections around what's going to be really hard for us to fill. And this was really the impetus for how this group is doing their work, is the data we collected from industry representatives. So I won't walk you through this entire process, but what you see here is you start with the planning part, bringing the partners to the table, making sure that industry is engaged on this work so we can be successful with this. You go to do your needs assessment, you figure out what you're going to focus on, and then you move towards implementation. So with the implementation phase, this group really settled on 3 different priorities. So the first priority they focused on is recruitment and talent pipeline development. What came out of this was we didn't have enough folks going into healthcare careers in Southwest Georgia. We didn't have enough students interested in healthcare careers, and we needed to broaden that pipeline and find ways to get more students involved and also build more capacity as well. The second priority they focused on was professional development of existing healthcare employees. How do we have the best healthcare workforce in Georgia and across the Southwest, or across the South and even the United States? And the third priority they focused on was we got to keep this dialogue going. Having folks around the table like y'all are doing here today, having K through 12, TCSG, USG, employers, government agencies at the table, talking about what these needs are, figuring out how we best align and work together so we can be successful, has been a real big win for this group. So I want to invite Tracy Suber to come up here and join me at the podium here for a moment. Tracy is the Assistant Vice President for the Center for Learning and Innovation at Phoebe Putney. Tracy's been involved in the sector partnership from the beginning, and I've asked her to come here and give you kind of 2 things here today. First, to give an employer perspective on what the sector partnership was like being involved in, what it is like being involved in, what it's meant to them, and then also just to share a brief update with y'all on some of the early successes they've had really over the past 6 months or so in terms of actually implementing their plan. Tracy?
Thank you for having me. I think first I only have like 3 or 4 minutes, so I'm going to try to speed through this. Probably not as fast as Jamie, but I kind of think my background's sort of relevant. I came from the academic side. I've been back at Phoebe about 4 years, and so I feel like I'm in a real unique position to be able to be right there where we're seeing gaps in the workforce. And so when I had the opportunity to come to the table to talk about this, it was really important because I'm over nursing education for our health system, and I'm also over our organizational development and talent management. So we spend countless hours a week, focusing on how we can work through this. And so I just want to say that through this sector partnership, it's been vital. Employers must be at the table because otherwise academia don't really know what the problems are in the practice environment. And just from a nursing perspective, I can tell you they're numerous. So we have a large gap. I thought it was very interesting when Jamie was showing his slides previously. He referred to it as a skills gap, I think. I kind of refer to it as a practice gap. And we were able to come to the table through our sector partnership with really those that we would be in competition with normally, because everybody's looking for nurses, everybody needs unlicensed personnel, especially in the south part of the state. It's a critical, we're in a dire shortage at Phoebe. And for us to be able to come together with maybe those that we would compete with previously for nurses and talk about the issues it was wonderful. And so we were able to really put those issues out on the table and talk about it because no matter what industry we're in, we're all in the business that we are trying to recruit and retain talented people into this part of the state. And that is really relevant for all sectors. So some of the things that we were able to accomplish very early on, and I'm chairing the group that's the trained professional group, and we sort of started hearing that everybody wanted more training space. And so this idea of a regional simulation center emerged. And I'm sure many of you in this room have seen other conversations, and I think there's a conference going on in the next couple of weeks where they're going to also be talking about this. So there's a lot of dialogue around this. Through this discussion that we had in this larger group, Phoebe was actually, we were able to move on this for our workforce because it was raised during this, and the training is quite needed for those entering the nursing workforce, the healthcare environment. So we're actually moving forward on a simulation center at our hospital and been working really hard on that. And that's really just to kind of meet workforce practice needs immediately. But there's certainly a need for regional simulation training space as well. But we gained a lot of synergy around this because of the discussions that were going on amongst the Southwest Georgia group. Also, soft skills training is very much needed, and we all identified with that, all of those healthcare entities at the table and the academic partners, and realized the challenges that are around that with the generational differences, and it's just different. And around healthcare, it's very unique because we need compassion, we need those nurses coming in who can make difficult decisions in quick scenarios, and the pressures are a little bit different, but they also have to be nice. And so these are things that we're working with 4C in Albany, Chris Hatcher, and we've developed a little kind of a really unique curriculum that we're going to be trialing this fall. So that is something that came out of this partnership. Also, a healthcare summit, and I say one of my partners in the back, Laura Calhoun, she's going to be helping lead that, but we really want to bring K through 12, particularly high school and older, the career counselors and that sort of thing, to the table with our healthcare sector to have conversations so that they can understand where the needs are in the practice environment. So I recognize, having come from the academic side, that some of those conversations aren't really happening, or they might be happening in pockets, and that is nobody's fault. It's just because everybody's busy doing their own thing and working in their own lane. And so we've been able to break some of those barriers down through this relationship. So those are just a few of the things. We are moving forward. We had a meeting last week and are moving forward with the next steps. I think we're going to keep on the education focus as we move forward. Okay.
So that was an example of a regional sector partnership, but we're also seeing in our communities too a push towards local workforce development planning. That if we want to be successful in economic development, if we want to build up our communities, we're going to have to build the workforce at the local level. So I want to talk to you about an example from Cherokee County, and I know Cherokee is more of a metro Atlanta community, but the reason why I wanted to share this with y'all is the model is solid. We've used this elsewhere. I had the opportunity to work with Chairman Jaspers last year in Pickens County on a workforce strategy there as well, using a similar model. But I wanted to talk about a local approach to workforce planning, of how do we do workforce planning. And the first thing I want to mention on this is that even before we get into workforce development planning, it's really critical that we know what our economic development plan is for our community, that we know what we're trying to attract, we know what we're trying to retain, we know where those gaps are, so then our workforce development plan can be a nice complement to our economic development plan and help us to be successful. So the Cherokee Office of Economic Development in 2015, they did their economic development plan. And what came out of the economic development plan was we got to address talent. We have lots of success. Things have been working okay for them. But we haven't done anything on talent, and we haven't been successful there. So they brought together their partners and engaged the Carl Vinson Institute of Government at UGA to help them facilitate this process. So the partners were major employers. It was the Cherokee Office of Economic Development. It was the Chamber of Commerce. It was Chattahoochee Technical College. It was the school system. It was government agencies coming together and asking the questions of what are our workforce challenges in our community, then how do we address them? And then let's go and actually implement the strategies that came out of this. Let's go work these priorities. Let's take this vision we have for our community and let's actually put that into reality. We like to talk about Cherokee because they've been at this about 3 years now, from when they actually launched their plan to where they are today. And workforce development, like economic development, it's a long game. It's not, we can't write a check, we can't do anything overnight that's going to really have that large impacts. But 3 years in now, they're starting to see some impacts from their work. So I just want to highlight a few of the things they're doing. First thing that they're doing is they're launching a summer internship program for high school students. But they're doing this because they want students that are graduating from high school in their community to stay in their community. They want students to recognize opportunities in their community. There's industries, there's STEM jobs in their community. And we're seeing this happen elsewhere. Coffee County is another great example. It has a program like this. The other thing, and I keep coming back to this, is this dialogue. And it's so important that our partners are talking to each other and having substantive conversations about what those needs are, where are those alignment issues, where are those leadership issues, so they can be successful. Something else that they're doing that we're seeing elsewhere, but again, really important, and Jamie talked about this as well, is that they've created a counselor summer externship program. So in the summer, they take their high school guidance counselors, middle school guidance counselors, and they have them work in various industries in the community so they can understand where those jobs are, what those jobs require. So as they're helping to counsel a student, helping them to interpret their U Science results, they can best guide them on that right path. Misty Martin, who runs the Cherokee Office of Economic Development, said, UGA pointed us in a measurable direction, making sure we're using the data and putting it into the community with a specific strategy. Every group was just doing their own thing before. All good work, but now I feel like everybody's in the room sharing their great ideas and working together on it. And that's the beauty of workforce development planning, is that we're all going in the same direction. We have lots of great partners involved in workforce development. Jamie highlighted those. But if we're going to be successful at meeting our local goals, our regional goals, our state goals, we have to be working on the same direction. I just want to take my last few minutes here and just highlight a few University of Georgia workforce development resources that may be of interest to you. Maybe it's something that you want to share with constituents or leaders in your communities as they go about doing their work. So the first thing I want to highlight is that we're helping to build this workforce development conversation around the state of Georgia. This year we launched a workforce development series. We had an event in Tifton last month. We have an event coming up in Metro Atlanta in a few weeks. And we're targeting really anybody who has an interest in workforce development to be involved in this conversation. In Tifton, we had about 140 people that joined us to talk about rural workforce development. It was a great day, and we're looking forward to having a similar conversation in Metro Atlanta here in a few weeks. Next resource I want to highlight for you, for the members here, at your seats you have a large laminated placard. So this is our Georgia Workforce Snapshot. We created this year to really highlight data on our future workforce, our workforce pipeline. That's the side that has the 4 maps on the top. And then the other side, it has information on our current workforce right now. I don't have enough time to walk you through this today, but I'm happy to answer any questions after. But I hope this is a resource to you and your constituents as you go back. On the labor market side, there's a gray box that highlights 2 websites I want to mention. GeorgiaData.org, which has a plethora of data on all of our counties here in the state and lots of different topics. And then our Georgia Workforce Toolkit website as well, which I'll mention here in a second. Last resource I want to mention is our creating and replicating high-quality experiential learning opportunities. That's the green booklet that's sitting at your seat as well. In partnership with Georgia Power, we wanted to create a resource that would help create more hands-on learning opportunities in the state of Georgia. We know that when students are exposed to that hands-on learning, when they get to take what happens in the classroom and make it real, that's when that magic happens. That's when they see that connection to that future career, or they figure out they don't want to do that. And they figure out that I don't need to go and pursue this degree or this certificate or this program because I'm not going to be happy doing this. So this guide is targeted at both school systems and businesses on how do we create more pre-apprenticeship programs, how do we create more job shadowing programs, how do we create more project-based learning. We took a case study approach to this, and there's a total of 19 case studies. You'll see 2 in the guide in front of you, and the rest of them reside on the website gaworkforce.org/explearning. So I encourage you to check this out and share this with constituents and leaders in your district. So at this point, I'll turn it back over and see if there's any questions.
All right. Anybody got any questions? Okay, Robert.
I want to go back to what you were talking about with the Cherokee County. You talked a lot about dialogue between K-12 and business leaders, TCSG. What changed? I mean, obviously somebody altered what they were doing. Mm-hmm. Who altered what? I mean, what positive type changes in curriculum or changes in instruction happened there? And you never mentioned anything about students.
Sure. So there's a couple neat things happening there. First thing they're working on is making sure they're teaching the right pathways in high school. So for the first time, they're having that dialogue between the Economic Development Office, which has a good sense of where the jobs are in the community, and the school system to make sure there's more alignment between the pathways they're teaching and what jobs exist in the community.
So they were open to changing pathways.
And I'll tell you that it took some time, and that's where this, an organization like an economic development organization or a chamber can help bring folks to the table, or that neutral third party can help get that conversation started, because it's not an easy conversation to have. But as everyone kind of work through it and figure out where they want to go. Another neat investment that's coming out this month is the Cherokee Office of Economic Development. They've purchased a mobile production lab. And it's going to be used to train students in and expose students to all kinds of manufacturing and production-related jobs. So it's going to visit schools, it's going to visit libraries, it's going to be used to help kind of supplement the learning that's already happening, and that came out of this process as well. So I think that would benefit students there as well.
So we know what the needs are, and I guess we've got a lot of partners and a lot of participants. Who was the point person that helps corral everybody to decide what the needs are and move forward on them and take action and do those things? Is it the local economic development people? Is it you guys? I mean, who's the point person that keeps everybody moving and motivated toward the goal of?
So certainly we're a partner in this work, but the community of the region has to want to do the work. There has to be the desire to move this forward, and it differs based on community. Sometimes it's that chamber executive, sometimes it's the economic developer, sometimes it's a technical college president or an elected official that's helping to move this together and kind of get that initial conversation, because part of it's just getting folks into the room and then getting agreement to work together. And then long term, it really takes that kind of dedicated staff support, because we're all really busy. We all have other jobs. Everyone's there in addition to everything they have to do day in and day out. So having someone to make sure that the process keeps moving, to help hold folks accountable so we're not just done the planning and then stop, but we really implement that.
Chairman Parsons.
Thanks, Chairman. I wanted to ask, I'm looking at your chart here, or this plastic covered chart. It's got the number of jobs increase from 2014 up through 18. I'm just wondering, down here on the bottom, toward the bottom, it has the ones that there's actually been a decrease in. Why do you reckon that there'd be a decrease of 3% from 2014 to 18? I'm just curious, in utilities. And it also a 3% drop in agriculture, forestry, fishing, and hunting. But in particular, I'm thinking about utilities. Why?
I think a lot of that's had to do with automation and technology. And there's also been some push for efficiency there as well. I mean, even think about smart grid and how meters are read now. We don't have anybody reading meters. We've seen the utilities change to where most of the payments happening online and at kiosks versus happening at a payment office. I think it's just been some efficiencies and technology at play there as well.
That makes sense. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Greg. Everybody's still thinking about anatomy right now, I guess. So. All right. Well, next we've got Mr. Chip Blaylock. He's the chair of the Colquitt County Archway Partnership. Chip was my 4-H advisor, so if you want to complain to anybody, he'd be a good person to complain to. But Archway has been in Moultrie. We were the first Archway site. And,
2005.
2005, and they've done a lot of awesome things here in our community. And so we're still a member of that, and Chip's going to tell us about the partnership that we've had here. So, Chip, the floor is yours.
Y'all just meet me outside afterwards, and I'll tell you anything you want to know about Chairman Watson. All seriousness, Chairman Watson and Chairman Jasper, we thank you for the opportunity to talk about a subject that's really very easy to talk about, something we're passionate about in Moultrie and Colquitt County, the Colquitt County Archway Partnership that involves Moultrie, Doran, Funston, Ellington, and Norman Park, spans across the community, across the county. Our key has been community involvement over the last 14 years. That has been the sustaining thing for our momentum in the Archway Partnership. Our local funding partners and our executive committee remain committed to working together. Since our start, we've always had a rule for our executive committee meetings. When you walk in, you take off your hat and check it at the door. We leave our personal and business preferences at the door, and we come in and really tackle ideas to make Moultrie and Colquitt County a better place. And we're very proud of that, and we're very proud that we were the first Archway community, and we refuse to graduate. We just keep going, and it's just a great opportunity for us to tell you the story about how we've been here for 14 years. This group of people on this chart are what makes it happen. Our Archway Committee, we do a great job of identifying ideas. We have with us today, we have Angela Castello and Darrell Moore, who are current board members. Ms. Murtis Ndwala was a past board member. And we're also proud to have Dr. Jennifer Frum, Vice President of Public Service and Outreach from Athens, here with us today, very supportive. Rob Gordon, Michelle Elliott, and our Archway professional, Sarah Adams. Our funding partners are the City of Moultrie, Colquitt County Board of Education, Colquitt County Board of Commissioners, and Colquitt Regional Medical Center. Our funding partners basically see the value of the Archway Partnership, and they step up to the plate annually to make sure that we have ample skin in the game to continue to be a part of this fruitful relationship. Our executive committee works closely with each other to identify critical issues facing Colquitt County and engages citizens in developing community-led solutions with assistance from very impressive students and faculty from the University of Georgia across all disciplines, and our local Archway professional, Sarah Adams. As a community, as you can tell, we're very receptive to pilot projects. UGA knows if we take on a pilot project, we're going to run it right. And we know that if we try a pilot project, we're going to get positive results out of it. Archway has delivered many tangible returns to our community, from land use planning back in the beginning. When Sanderson Farms came to Moultrie, Georgia, we had no land use planning in 2005, and now we do. Healthy Colquitt Coalition, master and strategic plans for various community organizations. This productivity and impact really makes sustaining the momentum possible. This is a number we're really proud of, our economic impact. The plethora of UGA resources that we get to take advantage of as an Archway community benefit us across all sectors. It's given us a sense of community as all of our funding partners get along well and they work well with our executive committee. In terms of economic impact, UGA economists did an impact survey from 2005 to 2017, the first 12 years. And that impact is $227 million. During this time, Archway worked with community partners to reduce high school dropout rates, to create a more attractive workforce, and improve the community standard of living. We've also assisted the community in planning for the future and designing requested community improvements, such as land use planning, increased wastewater treatment capacity, a comprehensive study of affordable child care and housing, and we just have supported the community in grant writing efforts, which have led to more resources coming into our community. A recent example of the impact of the Archway Partnership has been a project to assist the Moultrie Police Department in mapping crime in the city. A geography department student, Taylor Halfley, came down and worked with the PD to map crimes and identify areas in the city that needed improvement. Based on this information, Chief Ladson, our police chief in Moultrie, was able to gain funding for 2 additional officers on the police force, and this increased presence in that area has led to a reduction of crime in the identified area. We already have plans in place to work with Sheriff Howell to expand that throughout the community. It's just one of the many things that we're working on. And I must say, Dr. Frum, the students that come down from Athens that help us with all these projects, they never let us down, and they're so impressive. It's a pleasure to work with them and their professors that they work with. One person I failed to mention earlier was Roy Reeves. Roy wanted to come today, and he was the chairman of Archway. I was his vice chairman for several years. He was the chairman from 2005 to 2018. And it's a huge part between him and his leadership and our great Archway professionals over the years. We started with Dennis Epps in 2005, Emily Watson, Sam's much better half, and then Whitney Costin when we reinvented ourselves as a Healthy Colquitt Coalition, which still goes on, and now Sarah Adams. Really make the work that we do effective over the years. These are what we call our big rocks. These are what we focus on: economic development, leadership capacity, community collaboration and unity, youth development, and improving community health and wellness. Over the years, we've developed focus groups that consist of local citizens that are passionate about each one of these areas. This gives our community leaders a great sense of community ownership. They bring ideas to the table through their work groups. Sarah brings them to the executive committee. Sarah works with Athens to figure out how to hook up the UGA resources with the issues that we have, and the rest is history. In economic development, Archway has connected the City of Moultrie with an interior design student from Athens to develop our new downtown welcome center. Unbelievable set of plans that student drew for us. We also, as a big emphasis for this year, is continuing to support the census effort that we did in 2010. We got a good blueprint, and we know that it's very, very critical that we get an accurate census count so we don't leave any state or federal dollars on the table. We already have a complete counts committee that has been meeting twice this summer. They'll have their third meeting here in September, and we're really focusing on that in the coming months to make sure we get an accurate count on our 2020 census. Developing the next generation of leaders is key to our continued success. Our young adults are supported in the community through High Potential Leaders. High Potential Leaders is a program that was a kind of an offshoot of Archway, where we were wondering who was going to be the next leaders of our community. And the High Potential Leaders takes those up-and-coming leaders that have already made an impact on the community. It's an interpersonal-based leadership network that fosters those next leaders for tomorrow. Several of our current executive committee members were HPL graduates. We have city councilmen, county commissioners that have come out of that program. In addition to that, our school system offers leadership training developed by the University of Georgia and the Fanning Institute for grades K through 12. This commitment to leadership development in our community, basically from kindergarten through adulthood, is a big part of why the enthusiasm of support of Archway continues to this day. The police department mapping projects came out of our community collaboration and unity work group as part of their efforts to improve community image and community-wide walkability. We're also working hard with youth in our community to ensure that they have a prosperous future. These efforts involve mentoring programs such as the Leadership Legends program. A great friend of mine, Brian Knighton, is principal at Stringfellow Elementary School, who is also on our executive committee, has implemented, and this will be their second year, just doing an outstanding job. And also we have programs with efforts to reduce teen pregnancy. Health and wellness efforts focus on enhancing our walking trail system, supporting development of innovative ways to manage health care data in our area at Colquitt Regional Medical Center. The walking trail project was another student came down, rode the trail during the day. We have about a 6-mile walking trail that we developed on Old Railroad Bed, and it's just celebrating its 20th anniversary. We got trees growing next to it. Miss Penny, the roots are growing up in the trail, making trip hazards. And Ben Prue came down, did a daylight survey and a nighttime survey, and came up with some great ideas that our community is taking to heart and seeing how they can implement some of those. Just one of the many, many projects that we have. One of the most recent projects is hooking up our migrant clinic in Ellington with our Colquitt County High School HOSA students to do student intern work with data entry so our medical professionals at the Ellington Clinic can spend more time seeing patients instead of entering data. So as you can see, we have a lot going on. We believe in it. We truly are very passionate about it. We're still thriving after 14 years into the partnership because we truly take off our personal hats, set aside our differences, and do what's best for the community. We appreciate the opportunity to visit with y'all today and tell you our great story of the Colquitt County Archway Partnership. We'll be glad to answer any questions.
Anybody got questions? So Chip, what does this, to be part of the Archway Partnership, what does the community buy in there? How much does the community have to bring to the table?
When it started, those 4 funding partners gave $10,000 apiece. And when we got to our 5-year point, we kind of kept going. We partnered with the the School of Public Health at UGA, where we started a Healthy Colquitt Coalition, and we were kind of a quasi-archway as part of public health for the next 5 years. And then when that grant ran out, we came back and we struck a deal to have a part-time professional working 20 hours with Archway and 20 hours at the YMCA. And to make that happen, all of our funding partners were asked to give an additional $5,000. Naturally, all 4 of our funding partners said absolutely yes, where do we sign? And the rest is history. Well, that kind of got their attention in Athens. And after Sarah came on board and did the 50-50 deal for a few months, we were asked, would y'all like to go back to being a 100% Archway community? And we said, absolutely. Again, where do we sign? And it just showed, again, how much we believe in the program, how much we get out of it. The students get as much or more out of it as we do because they come do real life experiences. And I'm telling you, y'all, these students are just incredible. You would think that they just had been in the business world for 10 or 20 years, just how sharp they are. Rob, did I address that correctly?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, come on up to the microphone, Rob.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to add, just for everybody's benefit, that obviously we're so appreciative of the local community here and the commitment that they put in terms of dollars for the Archway Partnership. That roughly equates to about 1/3 of the total cost of the Archway Partnership. The other 1/3 comes through the University of Georgia. And I just would say to you that we are obviously very, very appreciative of the support that the legislature gives to the university. And so that we're able to help support the communities that we work with. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
Yeah, no, and I was just doing the math right there. Even, when you think about what the community's put in over the last 12 years, 14 years, what they've got in return is over, $227 million. That's a pretty good return. The University of Georgia being a land-grant institution, I see this program as similar to our county agent cooperative extension program, just on a different side of the coin. The co-op, those guys are working on agriculture, you guys are working on economic development and other issues. Both very, very important issues to our state. So appreciate what y'all are doing there. Anybody got any other questions? Well, I can't let Chip leave. I did say he was my 4-H advisor back in the day, but his claim to fame as the executive director of the Sun Belt Expo, North America's premier farm show, if I can get that right.
That's what it's going to say on my tombstone.
I got you. So if anybody wants to come back to Moultrie and Colquitt County in October the
15,
15th,
16,
16th, and
17, we'd love to
17th, they
have
can
y'all.
come watch Robert Dickey, Chairman Dickey, be Farmer of the Year.
Absolutely. Our Georgia Farmer of the Year, Robert Dickey.
So anybody got anything else?
Brian, thank you for having us here today. PCOM is definitely another crown jewel in Moultrie and Colquitt County, and we're glad to have y'all. It's awesome to have y'all. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you. All right, next we've got Holly Hunt and John Kingery with DCA. Come on down. All right, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chairman Watson, committee, and guests here today. Thank you very much for having us. My name is John Kingery, and I am the Director of Credit Services at the Georgia Department of Community Affairs. And the Office of Credit Services provides economic development support to DCA's economic development programs. And one of the programs is the Georgia Agribusiness and Rural Jobs Act. Holly Hunt is the program manager of GARJA. She will present a brief overview of that program in a few minutes. But first, Holly, who is a former CFO of a community development financial institution, will give an overview of microloans at CDFIs in the state of Georgia. So I'd like at this time to turn it over to Holly.
Thank you, John. Thank you for having us today. Can y'all hear me? Okay, I need to pull it up a little bit. So first I want to talk about CDFIs. They are community development financial institutions. They are, okay, obviously I need to figure out how to work this. I did that, but am I not standing at the right place? Perhaps I need to stand up. Pardon me. Would it help if I stood up and pointed it at something? No, sir? So am I going to click and you're going to hear it? You're going to pretend to be the clicker? Okay, we can do that. Okay, so they are nonprofit institutions. They are certified by the U.S. Treasury. Their mission is to help underserved markets. Underserved can mean a lot of different things. Mostly it's women and minorities. Underserved mainly is unbankable. So what they try to do is they try to help these underserved populations and markets and help the small businesses to become bankable eventually. They mostly receive their funding from SBA, USDA microloan programs. A lot of times they'll receive their funding from banks. Banks usually have to have CRA credit, that's called Community Reinvestment Act credit. They will invest in these CDFIs to receive the CRA credit. Most of these are in the form of low interest loans. A lot of times they're 1%, 2% money for 20-year, 30-year terms. That enables them to then in turn make small business loans in the form of microloans to the small businesses that do have to be paid back. They're not grants. And then the CDFIs, of course, then pay the loans back to the banks, SBA and USDA. What sets them apart from banks so that they don't really compete with banks is that they don't take deposits and they have to provide what's called technical assistance. So, you know, when you make a loan with a bank, you make the loan and you're gone, right? No more really relationship with the bank. When you make a loan, a microloan with a CDFI, there's usually free technical assistance involved, meaning they give free assistance, let's say, on how to do QuickBooks, or maybe help teach the small businesses how to use social media for marketing their small business, or maybe how to build a website, things such as that. They can do that through webinars, through sending them to free classes. Sometimes they hold classes themselves, things such as this. There is a CDFI in Atlanta area that actually has a women's business center. They offer classes for women, coaching for women, such as this. They each do something a little bit different from the technical assistance grants that they receive from SBA and USDA and such as that. A lot of times they'll also get grant monies from philanthropic organizations. So typically the loans, go ahead and turn it, yeah. Typically microloans are $50,000 and under. They do have to be collateralized, and a lot of, when I Googled on the websites, a lot of them will go as low as 600 on a credit score. Now, in my experience when I was with CDFI, sometimes they'll go lower depending on the circumstance, but 600 is usually the cutoff that I would see as far as a credit score would go. A micro business is considered a small business with 5 employees or less. So we're talking about very small businesses with the microloan programs. Now, over time, the CDFIs have grown. They also have larger loan programs now. A lot of them will go up to $250,000 and over. Some of them go up to $1 million with their loan programs. But the microloans are truly $50,000 and less. Sometimes the interest rate structures are different. Sometimes the terms are different. Each of them have a website that have all these various programs on there. Some of the microloans go even further to have like maybe $1,000 credit builder loan, maybe for 1 year, $1,000 or less. Some of them have a step-up loan program that will be like $2,500 to $15,000, 1 year or less, with better interest rates, if you will. So it varies depending on the microloan. There are, next, there are 5 CDFIs in Georgia that specialize in small business loans, okay? There's over 20 CDFIs in Georgia, but most of them are housing related. Of the 5 that specialize in small business lending, 4 of them are actively involved in microloan programs, and we'll have them listed on the board and the territories that they cover. Next slide will actually give you the contact information, the names of the presidents of the organizations. If you're interested in referring someone to them, the telephone numbers are there. I would suggest calling and asking for a loan officer that can help you with a microloan. And I believe that's it for the CDFI part of the program. Are there any questions on CDFIs?
Chairman Jasper.
Yes, thank you. We were all very curious what this, when we heard about it recently. How much money is loaned out in this world that's available for small businesses to get?
Through CDFIs?
Through all of them together. I assume that, I guess I put my other question was, does the Department of Community Affairs oversee them? Are you a regulatory or just a pass-through?
We don't oversee them. The U.S. Treasury oversees them, and they report, if they have monies from the CDFI fund, then they're regulated pretty much by the CDFI fund through reports. They report up through the CDFI fund.
Can you get to the microphone?
Yeah, excuse me. They're regulated by the U.S. Treasury through the CDFI fund. They do report annually up through that. That's who actually regulates them. The CDFIs in Georgia vary in size. I would say that Access to Capital for Entrepreneurs is the largest. The way that DCA interacted with them is through another one of the programs that we manage is the State Small Business Credit Initiative. We had a program, Georgia Funding for CDFIs, and these four actively participated in that program. And through that program, they administered monies from the SSBCI program. So that's how we got to know the 5 in Georgia that do the small business lending. I actually was the CFO of ACE, Access to Capital for Entrepreneurs, for 6 years. And I watched them grow from a $3 million operation now to over a $12 million operation, and probably growing even more so at this point. I haven't looked at their latest financials, but they are a big industry. They've been around for probably over 30 years now. They got their start, their actual mission was microloans is how they got their start, and they've just grown over time. They have a national organization. Yeah, OFN, Opportunity Finance Network, and they have national conferences every year. So they have their own organizational network, if you will.
Chairman Corbett.
And they're very large. They'll have like 1,200 people attend this nationally. I used to attend those, and they're very large. They have a huge network.
Thank you. Do you have a breakdown possibly of the number of loans that's been per district or per county?
Through CDFIs?
By any chance, yes.
I don't, but I could provide that to the council.
And the other thing, you made a comment about when you make a loan with the bank, they're gone. Clay Perkle, my friend over here, said he's got a seat on his tractor that his banker rides on with him.
Well, when I was in banking for 23 years, I can assure you probably some of ours did too. Any other questions?
Yeah, I'd say, go ahead, Ms. Penny.
What interest do you charge?
Through which program?
Through your CDFI.
Well, we don't have a CDFI program now. The CDFIs charge interest rates. Really, it depends on the area. What I saw with CDFIs is North Georgia CDFIs charge interest rates higher than South Georgia interest rates. South Georgia, Middle Georgia tend to be a little lower than North Georgia does. And it depends on the risk. I mean, they all typically do the same as banks do and charge interest on risk factor and collateral.
Okay, I was looking at Albany Community Together, and I don't know if my counties fall in that. What loans do y'all make through that? Do you make small business microloans?
We don't at DCA. DCA does not have a microloan program.
Who has a microloan program?
These four on the board. These four on the board. Now, Albany Community Together, that's Thelma. When I looked at her website wasn't updated, but I did talk to her, and she does have a microloan program. But now, for instance, I did look at Tony out of SBAC, out of Savannah, and let's just give you an example, if you'll humor me here. On his credit building loan program, for his microloan program, he's got a credit repair program for $1,000 for 1 year at 0%. But now,
we heard about this.
yeah. And then if you look at his small steps lending, program, he's got a loan between $2,500 and $15,000 for 1 year. If you live in the city of Savannah, it's 4%. If you live outside the city of Savannah, it's 8%. So it just depends on the CDFI, and it depends on how they've got it structured. They're all different depending on the CDFI.
Well, can you serve a certain area, or is it crossover? I look at Cordell has one, Chris County, and it says Southwest Georgia, and then Albany has one. Do you cross over, or is
a lot of them do, like...
Okay, you aren't given a certain territory like REA and Georgia Power. I mean...
Well, like ACT and SBAC and ACE, together, they cover the state. So what they did, when I was working there, they started this green loan program. And so what they did is they took the state of Georgia and they took the map and they just said, okay, I'm going to cover this territory. Tony, you cover these counties, and Thelma, you cover these counties. So collectively, they have the whole state covered. And then Southwest Georgia United covers Crisp and Dooley counties and the contiguous counties in the middle.
One other question, how much do these agencies get to administer this money?
They're operating pretty much off the interest they earn on the loans. And then if they, let's say that they get a loan from the CDFI fund or a grant from the CDFI fund, then they also get a technical assistance grant. And with SBA, if they get a low interest loan from SBA or USDA, with that comes a technical assistance grant. They have to prove that they are operating technical assistance and spending money on technical assistance with that TA money, okay? And that's how they operate back office. They also operate through donations.
Okay.
So that's how they fund themselves.
And I just have one follow-up on, the CDFIs, you mentioned briefly that some of them operate in the housing sector.
Yes.
What is that? What do they do?
Well, for instance, Southwest Georgia United up here, they also have housing programs. And they operate with some of the DCA housing programs. I'm not in the housing.
What do you mean by housing? Just,
Like,
do you know more?
Like they have, I think, affordable housing units that they manage. Do I have any DCA housing people in the room? I don't think I do. I'm not in the housing department, so I don't work with their housing programs directly. I just know that Southwest Georgia has a housing department.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I can't speak to that because I'm not
Would
a
y'all
housing
follow up with
person.
that and let us know what that is?
Yes.
I think you can hear our curiosity.
Okay.
Yeah. Patty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Holly, I believe we met some years ago when I was a county commissioner. You came to Fort Valley State University.
Yes.
And introduced CDFIs back at that time.
Yes.
So this program's been around for quite some time, so good to see you again.
Yes, thank you.
Could the housing part of this conversation be relating to the CHIP program, the Community Housing Improvement Program through Department of Community Affairs? I think that's the proper wording for the CHIP program. But my question Holly, is basically related kind of in addition to what Representative Corbett mentioned about data relating to how many businesses or that have utilized these services. Because since you and I met some back in 2012, 2013, I would be interested in knowing how many CDFIs have been utilized around the Middle Georgia area. I see we have Albany and Savannah, Southwest Georgia. I'll be curious to know how many has actually been utilized around the Middle Georgia, more Macon, Fort Valley area. Is there any data anywhere that can provide an answer to that question?
I can certainly reach out to the CDFIs.
Okay.
And find that information.
All righty.
And report back.
I would love to have that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I guess I'm still confused a little bit. I've got a lot going on right now in my head, but so I wanna apply for one of these loans.
Okay.
I go see Thelma. She's gonna go through my stuff, or what is DCA's role in me receiving my loan? You're just
DCA has no role with CDFIs.
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
Okay. All right. Got that out. So it would strictly, they're going to be verifying how I'm going to pay the loan back, and they're the sole authority of who I owe the money to.
Right, exactly. The loan would be with the CDFIs.
Okay.
And they would underwrite the loan.
Okay.
They're a little bit more lenient than banks. because they can go a little bit lower on credit scores. A lot of banks, they work with a lot of banks, and a lot of banks will refer loans to the CDFIs that perhaps the banks cannot do. They tend to be more unbankable businesses that have been referred from banks to CDFIs in a lot of cases. And the CDFIs help them to become bankable.
And who provides the oversight to those bodies? Do they have boards? Do they have?
The U.S. Treasury.
So they can just,
They're not regulated by FDIC or anything like that. They're regulated by the U.S. Treasury. But they do have boards. They each have a board of directors.
that is at least looking at some of these loans to make
Yes,
sure
and they have
that-
loan committees.
Okay,
They have loan committees.
okay.
Loan committees made up of bankers most of the time.
Okay.
Very impressive board of directors, I might add.
And just another one, so are they required, since they're getting federal money and grant money, to be active in providing this in those, to say, like ACE, in 68 counties? I mean, what requirements are they under to let people know that they're, you can hear our curiosity, we haven't heard of this ability for people to borrow money from these folks.
They actively market in their counties generally. Some do better than others on marketing.
I guess under the federal, I think that there was any oversight on their part to make sure they're getting out there. I mean, for one, I've never heard of it before. I mean, that's why they're here, so.
A lot of the grant monies that they receive or loans that they receive, when they apply for these, they'll say, okay, especially with USDA, they'll apply for a loan and say, okay, I want this loan to do X loans in these counties. So it might just be for a particular location of counties, 4, 5, 6 counties. And then they have to prove that they are doing loans in those counties and the technical assistance for those counties. So for ACE, and I hate to keep going back to that, but that's where I worked, okay? They would have to prove that they're doing technical assistance in those counties. So being the CFO, I would have to prove that show the paperwork and the expenses that we provided classes in those counties. We hold conference in those counties, or whatever we did in those counties to promote and teach small businesses. And it does not necessarily have to be the small businesses we do loans to. It could be the small businesses that we're trying to court to make loans to. So it depends on who they're targeting with their loan or grant writing.
Clay?
Mr. Chairman, am I correct in assuming that banks get involved in this, not from a financial backing, but in order to serve their community and check off a box, Community Reinvestment Act, for their bank in serving their community in underserved areas? Is that correct?
Yes.
That's
You know, a lot of banks, banks have to have that Community Reinvestment Act, that CRA credit. And a lot of banks don't want to have to go lend and work in those markets, right? If they invest in the CDFIs, those CDFIs are already in those markets. They're active in those markets. They're lending those markets. So if they invest in the CDFIs, they get that CRA credit.
All right. I don't see any more questions. We'll keep working on that one.
Okay, I'll get you some more information.
All right.
You can invite me back.
Yes.
Okay, we ready to move on with Garja?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if I can make up time or not, but we'll certainly try.
Well, let's try.
Okay. So, is our clicker still not working, or no? All right, move on to the Garja. And I believe we have Jad Dowdy is going to join us.
Yeah, y'all got room up there?
Come on, Jad. So I'll go ahead and get started while Jad comes up. So with our GARJA, we call it GARJA. I know that's not very sexy, but it's short for Georgia Agribusiness and Rural Jobs Act. That's a mouthful. So as you know, this is an investment tax credit program. Was finally ready to launch in February of 2018. And we had to go through an application process, a vetting process, appraisal, approval process, and then they had to raise capital, and I'll explain that a little bit later. And then we were finally ready to roll it out July 1st of 2018. And it's basically $100 million of capital investment that is supported with $60 million in tax credits. What's important to know is that these rural funds that we're going to talk about do not have to report anything to DCA until July of 2020. Okay? There's no reporting to us until July of 2020. Hold that thought. I'm going to give you some information in just a minute, but that's important to know. So the next slide will show you the map that we distribute when we go to conferences and such. It's the map of the eligible counties, which is counties 50,000 and under. Next slide. So theoretically, how this works is that the rural investors had to come up with $100 million. So what they did is they, theoretically, let's say, that they go out and they raise $50 million from banks or private investors. And for that $50 million, these investors get their principal and interest back on their investment. And then let's say that they raised $50 million from insurance companies, all right? And those insurance companies will get $60 million back in tax credits from their investment. So the rural investors then put that capital into a leverage fund, all right, which then went down into the rural funds that they created, all right, which then brings us down to where we are now at DCA, which is the rural funds are now making loans to the small businesses. So that's where we are at this point, rural funds making loans to small businesses. So what ultimately we did is there were 5 capital firms that applied with their rural funds to participate in the program. You can move to the next slide. That applied for the program. And we vetted them and we approved all 5. And so we simply divided $100 million by 5, and each one was allowed to participate for $20 million apiece. So what they have to do now is they have to deploy that $20 million in these eligible counties within 24 months, meaning they have until June 30th of 2020 to deploy $20 million each. Okay? And I've gotten kind of, so what's important to know is that at least 10% of that money has to be deployed in agribusiness, all right? And of that 10% has to be in the form of equity. Next slide, please. So what's important to know off this slide is that the terms of the loans have to be at least 1 year. And this is important because in other states they were having problems with loans being 1 day or 2 day and coming right back, and then they satisfied the requirements. So I think Georgia was smart in that they put 1 year term limits on these, and it's working very nicely. So next slide. To be an eligible business, the business must have 250 employees. Of course, has to be in an eligible county, but what's important is it has to be in one of these 5 industries: agricultural, manufacturing, healthcare, technology, and transportation. We actually have a list of specific NAICS codes listed on our website that people can go to. I actually send those out if I get calls, which I do, on if a specific NISES code is eligible. But again, we have a very good website with all the information, including the statute and the rules. Next slide. These are the actual rural funds that were approved, and the contact information and names for each. If you have what you think is an eligible business in your area, they would need to call the rural funds directly. Remember, DCA does not have the money. We are simply the administrators of the program. In some ways, a regulator, but that's a dirty word, so we say administrators, okay? And these guys have people on the streets. They have been traveling and beating the streets and counties and calling out our EDAs all over the state of Georgia and doing a wonderful job. Next slide. Remember I said that they don't have to report anything to us until July of 2020. Some of them do have elected to send us information as the loans close. Some of them don't. And so what I do know at this point from what's been reported is that we do have 10 closed loans for the $29.4 million. Of those closed, we have 3 that are agricultural related for $7.1 million. They are in Mitchell County and 2 in Decatur County. And then the ones in pink we call under consideration. There's 4 of them. And what that is if a rural fund wants a ruling on whether or not a company they are working with is eligible or not before it gets too far down the road, they can send to me what's called a form called determination of eligibility. And we will look at the information and give them back a statement that says whether or not it's eligible or not. That way they know that they can move forward with it or not. So those are the ones that we've actually gotten a determination of eligibility on. So that's how we know that it's being considered, but not all of them come to fruition. So just wanted to make that statement for you. So this is what we know to date, but I also know that there are rural funds out there that have closed loans and just haven't reported them to us or not. Remember, they don't have to report till the end of the program. So the next slide, we do have a couple that we'd like to highlight. This one was written up in ACCG magazine earlier this summer. I don't know if any of y'all saw it or not, but Lane Holton, this is him in the picture, was very proud to take this picture, I might add. So I want to give a shout out to him. But this family, he's in Camilla. They were in the cattle business where they purchased cattle and they raised cattle, and they did this for many, many years, and then shipped them out west to the feedlots out there. But when the recession came, they were no longer able to do this, so they became consultants to other large businesses that did the similar thing. Along came Garja and the rural funds, and they wanted to get back into the business like what they used to do. So with this loan, they're able to do that, and he's got his cattle, and he's going to get back in the business. So we're very proud of this one. Stonehenge actually did a $1.3 million of senior debt and actually did $200 of equity in this one. Stonehenge now sits on the board of directors of this family-owned company. So they're very happy, and we were very proud of this one of our first agricultural loans. And then the next one that we like to talk about is the Danimer Scientific. And again, one of our largest loans to date. And we happen to have with us Jad Dowdy. And I'm going to turn it over to Jad to talk about Danimer Scientific. And we're very proud.
Thank you.
And I'll let you have the mic.
All right. Yes, my name is John or Jad Dowdy. I go by my initials because I'm the third, so I have to keep Dad and Granddad out of the picture when people address me. But I'm the CFO of Danimer Scientific. I've worked there since the middle of 2014. I was actually an investor in the company before I joined as the CFO. The company is really unique and amazing. We're in the business of making biopolymers, which is compostable and biodegradable plastic replacements. We got our start back in 2004, turned the corner in profitability, I would say, sometime around 2016. We have 2 plants in Bainbridge, Georgia. Between the 2, we employ about 90 people, and we also have a small laboratory in Athens, Georgia that has 6 people working up there. We're a unique company for Bainbridge. We have 9 PhDs that work with us, about 8 people with master's degrees. It's really been a blessing for the employees there. I know, just me as an example, I grew up in Bainbridge, graduated from Bainbridge High School, went to the University of Georgia, but of course, after receiving my degree, there was no job opportunities for somebody with a CPA and an accounting degree that I was interested in back in Bainbridge. So after spending over 10 years working abroad, several years working up in Atlanta, this opportunity came up where I was able to go to work for an exciting and growing company that is kind of at the intersection of biotechnology and manufacturing right in my hometown of Bainbridge, Georgia. We've got about 300 shareholders, actually. The company was started by a group of local investors, many of which are farmers in Decatur County and many of the surrounding counties. The bioplastics that we make come from natural feedstocks. We have one material that's made from corn. Another material is made by fermentation process, whereby you basically feed canola oil to microbacteria in a fermenter. So that's way over my head. I'll let one of our scientists tell you more about that if you're interested. We have tremendous growth plans. We received $6.5 million of funding from Advantage Capital through the Garger program, of which $1 million was an actual equity investment. We've used that money to purchase equipment. Just to give you examples of some of the things that we bought, I guess, since we closed in March of this year, we purchased 2 extruders, which we use to make we basically take different bio-based materials and combine them in an extruder. It looks like it's a long machine that has a screw inside of it, and that uses pressure and heat to create a chemical reaction to combine different biopolymers to come up with a formulation that works for our customers. And our customers, they make things like cutlery, food, mostly food packaging out of the bioplastics. But we purchased 2 extruders, one for the production floor, the other one is for our polymer development center, and it's basically a line that scientists use to scale up formulations for some of our customers. I guess 2 of the customers that I can talk about, because it's public information, is PepsiCo and Nestle. So these are global brands. We sell virtually nothing in the state of Georgia. Over half of our revenue comes from exports to Europe, which is, I think, very unique. Our company, we have kind of a blend of machine operators as well as scientists and some administrative employees. We have to have scientists because there's a lot of research and development that goes into developing these plastic replacements to make sure that they meet the quality standards of large companies like PepsiCo and Nestle. And as you can imagine, there's not a lot of laboratory space in Bainbridge. So that's been another use of the proceeds. So we've had to build our own labs. The first ones that we built were using repurposed modular buildings that, as of last year, you had to know where to step because there were holes in the floor and a lot of used lab equipment. So we've been able to replace those, start filling them back up with the new analytical equipment that we need, to hire new people. I think since closing, we've hired 13 people in Bainbridge. So we're really thankful and excited about that. But yeah, it's a different opportunity. It's global in scale. It's based right here in Southwest Georgia. We jokingly call our area there, the Silicon Valley of Southwest Georgia. So, but it's been exciting to see the impacts that it's had on the community there and the opportunities that it's created.
All right. Does anybody got any questions? So I know Advantage Capital was an excellent investment group, and they've been very involved in this process, and I know they've came and talked with us at the Rural Caucus and do a great job. And it seems to be working. Is there anything, are there any barriers? Are there any problems? Are there anything that would make this a better, more user-friendly program going forward? And then do you think you will meet the 20 million or whatever in 2020?
I appreciate the question, Chairman. We believe the program is working well right now, and we have a great relationship with our 5 rural funds that are participating in the program. And indications are that they will reach deployment of their funds by July 2020.
Okay, so no other barriers, things are good, rocking and rolling?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. I should know this since I'm on Ways and Means, but I've forgotten if I ever did know. So the money actually comes from tax credits, the potential 500 million, is that right?
It's actually 60 million of tax credits to support the 100 million. Yes, sir, tax credits.
And who is eligible for the tax credits?
Well, there's 2 types of entities, or 3 really, that are eligible for the tax credits under the statute. 1 are insurance companies, 2 are regular taxpayers, individuals, and also tax-paying corporations under the statute.
Okay.
Under sections 33 under the code and also 48 under the code.
And then do we need to change the name of that thing so you don't have to say Georgia?
Georgia.
Yes, yes, some people like the name and some don't.
Thank you.
Darlene?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to take the opportunity, Danimer's in my district, and what a difference it has made for that business to expand and grow. It is a wonderful product. I've been there many times, and it's making a difference for the community. Thank you.
All right. Y'all did a great job. I don't see any more questions.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. All right. Next, we've got Commissioner Pat Wilson and Commissioner Chris Nunn. They both made it here. Appreciate y'all being here today. We're going to talk about the tier system a little bit. I think it's been a topic of conversation. We'll let everybody meet and greet as they come to the front here. We wanted to bring these guys in and talk about the tier system. This was a program that was, I guess, set up in the late 80s.
Early 90s.
And I don't know that a lot of changes have been made over the years, but our state looks a whole lot different now, and we've got a lot of different things going on. So we just wanted to have some conversation around that. So, commissioners, we'll turn it over to y'all.
Great. Great. All right. Chairman, thank you so much, and tell you, thank you guys for continuing your work to focus on growing jobs across the state of Georgia. It was great to walk in today. I see a number of our local economic developers here, and so you really do have some of the best and the brightest from economic development down here in this part of the state. So as Chairman Watson said, we're here to talk about the tier system, and just a little history of the tier system. This has been around a long time, and it has Christopher will get more into the specifics of the system itself, but I want to talk about what it's done for Georgia, and talk about, A, why it was created, and then where we are today. So the tier system, if you see the map of where we are right now with the tier system, it really was focused on one thing, and that's to bring up parts of the state that are impacted by poverty and by blight, and really, one of the things that we focus on as a department is raising wages and increasing wages in local areas. Y'all have asked us some very specific questions, and I want to make sure that we address all of those today. So we're not going to spend a lot of time on presentation, but I did want to give you a little more context. I'm going to start with an announcement that we made today with the governor at the Capitol. Today, we announced that we are the #1 state for business, again, for the 6th year in a row. Now that really is a partnership. That's to all of y'all at this table. It was the governor and the speaker made that announcement together at the Capitol today, and I think that shows, and what I mentioned in that announcement was no matter who's been in the governor's seat, no matter who has been in the General Assembly, we as the state of Georgia have a long-standing, we really have a track record of good management. And I want to say that our tax credits that we have used for job creation are part of that. But to you guys today, congratulations, and thank you for the support that y'all given this department, community affairs, as we have worked together to create jobs in the state, because it really is an amazing accomplishment. And what makes this one even better, and I want to highlight you see the #1, this award is the magazine does a survey of consultants, site selection consultants. They named us #1 in workforce programs, responsive government, labor environment, and speed of permitting. And I'm really proud of that because those are the categories that we as a state really control, that we have access to. If you look at your speed of permitting, that comes from the regulations that you guys have put in place, that we're able to move quickly to help businesses grow. Our labor environment, that's the funding of our technical colleges and our university system for a number of years. Responsive government, that's really the mandate that we've been given by the General Assembly and the governor's office to act at the time and speed of business. And then our workforce programs, Quick Start, our university system are second to none. So that has come from the funding and oversight that you guys have provided. And so one of the things I did want to highlight today too, these are our FY19 numbers, which the governor released today for global commerce. These are the announcements that my department had a hand in over the last year. Every dot on this map shows a community where we had at least one announcement, and that's existing industry and that's new business. But we have had a very positive, record-breaking year in terms of jobs and investment in this state. We announced that we have created 29,000 new jobs in Georgia and $7.5 billion worth of investment, which is way more than we've ever announced before. And so, as we have continued to hear things about an economy that is fluctuating, I just want to say that the state economy, as far as we are seeing, is still very strong. So I want to kind of get back to jobs tax credits and what that means. And I want to look at these projects that really right here in Southwest Georgia. The jobs tax credits, and I know Matt knows this, it really is the backbone of any incentive project that we put together. Anything that we are talking to a company about growth, the backbone of that offer that we make to a company is through the jobs tax credits. And what this shows is what the jobs tax credits looked like on a balance sheet when we presented it to them. This is what the value of those tax credits could be if you create the jobs that you're saying you're going to create. 80% of the money that was presented to that company on an offer sheet came out of jobs tax credits. The amount of discretionary funding that we put into offers and we put into projects is minuscule beside the jobs tax credits that you see there. Jobs tax credits were designed to help incentivize companies to look to grow jobs anywhere in the state where where they can increase the poverty level and make sure that we are doing better by the citizens of Georgia, decrease the poverty level. And so I say that because what we have seen over this last year are that companies are growing, and they're growing in rural Georgia. And so this is Christopher, you want to add something?
Yeah, I was just going to add, I know this chart here shows the way that the job tax credits are used in offers that are developed by the local economic developer or by the department. But I would also highlight that this is a statutory credit that is available to any company, any existing industry that creates jobs and meets the criteria outlined in the statute. And that's part of the beauty of this program. I recall, and it was actually right here in Southwest Georgia, a couple of years ago, I got a call in about April of the year. And this was a community that had actually experienced a change in their tier. And the local economic developer had reached out to two companies because they had been involved in recruiting those companies to the area. And they had explained to them the process we have in place to mitigate that change and the impact on the company. But what they had failed to see, because we're not privy to the taxpayer data, they had failed to see that there were two other companies that were creating jobs, that were existing industry in their community that they had failed to make aware of those mitigation process. But that was a reminder to me, and also a great lesson for them, that it's important to recognize that this is not just, and we'll see it in a couple of slides, this is not just a tool that is used in recruiting companies to Georgia, but it's also a tool that's used in with existing industry.
And before we move off that, I do want to say too, I meant to point this out on the previous slide. 75% of our announcements this year have come outside of Metro Atlanta. I meant to highlight that previously. But to Christopher's point, one of the things that has made us so successful and such a great place to do business, and why we've seen continued growth, is the fact that our tax credits, our job growth incentives, are available for anybody in any part of this state that's creating jobs. And that makes us unique. We have seen surrounding states, North Carolina is a great example. When I came to economic development in 2010, North Carolina was our biggest rival for practically every project. We went head to head with them and lost more often than we won. Their General Assembly and the governor, of course, we've all seen that they got into a fight. The governor was one party, the General Assembly was the other party. They stripped all the incentives that were being used in North Carolina. Every package that goes to a company, and this really becomes an effort where it's only companies being recruited from out of the state, has to be approved by the General Assembly. And we do not compete with North Carolina on projects anymore. And what we've actually seen is that the locals are the ones who have to carry the burden of that because they're unable to get incentive packages approved. So I did want to point that out.
So let's jump into answering some of the questions that y'all provided us in advance. And first of all, and this is just a reminder from the conversation we had on this topic last year in Elberton, how are the tiers calculated in the ranking? How is that done? So on an annual basis, and the very simple answer is this is all prescribed in statute, down to the weighting. And these three factors are all equally weighted. Every year, the data coming from prescribed sources is fed into a spreadsheet, and it generates a result. The three criteria that we look at are unemployment rate, per capita income, and poverty rate. That's the first fairly straightforward answer. The second question is about, okay, well, why are the communities grouped into four, or I would argue actually 5 tiers? And Sam, this gets back to the comment you made. So the tier system was created in the early 1990s. In 91, actually, the bottom 40, which we know today as the bottom half of the tier 1, were put into place. And there were substantive changes that took place over the first 10 years of this program, to the point where it extended across all 159 counties. So the bottom 71 counties in the state are ranked as tier 1 communities. The next 35 are tier 2, the next 35 are tier 3, and then the highest performing, I always feel like the tiers are reversed, but the highest performing are the 18 counties are ranked into tier 4. So as Pat shared the map earlier, that looks something like this. And it probably should stand out to you that the vast majority of tier 1 communities are kind of south of the fall line. Those are those orange counties that stand out on the map. Now this corresponds, and when we first got the agenda, these two modules were reversed. Tomorrow you'll hear a little bit about the opportunity zones, and particularly the federal opportunity zones. And you'll notice the correlation to poverty rate, which is what drove the federal opportunity zone designations. There's a substantial amount of poverty in the southern portion of the state, but poverty is not exclusive. There's no exclusive right. Poverty is not a rural or an urban issue. And so when you really look at this, there are a handful of tier 1 communities that are in other portions of the state, and there are a handful of communities in the south that are in tier 2 or tier 3. They're the gray. If you can't read the legend, the gray are the tier 4 communities. Those are the 18 kind of highest performing in the state. It was interesting, Pat and I were talking on our trip down, with George Berry's passing. I was reading a lot about some of his objectives back in the 80s and 90s around really getting Georgia up to the national average from a per capita income standpoint. The reality is that there are only about 10 counties in the state that meet the national average, and all of those are tier 4. So the tool here, and this gets to a question that you asked about, well, what about population? And I don't know where that question came from, but it was forwarded to us. Certainly, if you look at the criteria, the criteria are statutory, so population, or anything for that matter, could be added. But if you look at kind of the policy intent, which neither one of us were here when this program was enacted in 1991, it certainly appears to be aimed at not at rural urban, but at poverty, which is pretty prevalent throughout the rural parts of the state. Now, Sam, one of the changes that was implemented about a decade ago, because there was recognition that even though there are only 71 tier 1 communities, there are a lot of communities in the rest of the state that have perhaps kind of pockets, or areas that behave like tier 1, that are relatively impoverished. And last year I failed to mention this until we got into the questions and answers, and so I wanted to highlight it today. About 10 years ago, an additional program was put into place that gets calculated every year exactly like the job tax tiers. So the job tax tiers are calculated at a county level, and then using this exact same data, we go and calculate every single census tract, and there are approximately 2,000 census tracts in the state, and we look at those areas that have contiguous census tracts that also behave like a tier 1 community. And those census tracts are designated as less developed census tracts, which are subject to the same essential benefits as a Tier 1 county. Now, those that are shaded here in the light or the yellow color are all eligible census tracts, but they wouldn't have any additional benefit with the designation because they're already a Tier 1 county. But all of the areas that are in orange are called less developed census tracts, and those areas within each of these counties are eligible for the same benefits. So I should have superimposed these on one another so you could see it. I'm going to flip back and forth really quickly about 4 times so you can notice. Especially in the in those communities in the southern part of the state that are not currently a Tier 1 community, you'll notice that they actually are still eligible through the less developed census tract program for those similar benefits. And every economic development professional understands this and understands how to use that program. But I thought that it was, I thought it was important for us to share and highlight that with you. So before we shift and talk a little bit about benefits, and you'll notice here, just so you understand that the Less Developed Census Tract program was a really useful program that you enacted. You see, last year, the number of credits that were claimed, almost 15% of those credits were in these less developed census tracts. So about 15% of the job tax credits that were claimed used the less developed census tract designation to realize those credits. So, so the questions that y'all ask us before we talk about risks of change, how are the counties ranked? So we talked about that. It's statutory. Why are there a specific number of counties per tier? Again, it's statutory. What about the possibility of this is one I haven't touched on. What about the possibility of a ranking system that is not relative? So again, the counties, all 159 counties are ranked relative to one another. And that gets to some of the change year over year. If you are ranked as the number 71 county in the state, it is likely that, to no fault of your own, somebody else in the state experiences job loss or increased poverty, and you move from number 71 to number 72, but that moves you from Tier 1 to Tier 2. I won't get into all of the specifics. I talked about it last year and I alluded to it earlier. There is a tool to mitigate the impact on a business, on a jobs creator, if that occurs. But the question about could you move from a relative scale to something that was more categorical, I guess in theory, you could. I mean, the permutations are probably endless. The challenge is you've got to still define the categories. So the categories today are defined, as has been presented. If you changed them, you still would have to, somebody would have to define that category. And then the last was the question about population. And again, that really would have to get back to statutory intent. Is this intended to be rural-urban, or is this intended to be a means of addressing poverty, in which case the addition of the less developed census tract, really kind of highlights our ability to do that. So I know we want to save some time for questions. I just wanted to, I thought this was helpful last year, and several of y'all thanked us for including this. Obviously, we don't have access to taxpayer level data. You and I all appreciate that, I can't go to revenue and find out Pat's tax returns or any of yours. So we don't have data on about the who, but we do have aggregated data from Department of Revenue that shows the usage of the job tax credits last year. And these are just the credits that were claimed last year in 2017. Again, I apologize that the key is a little small. The dark green represents more than $3 million in tax credits that were claimed in counties ranging from Troup and Meriwether to Richmond, Whitfield, Gordon, Coffee, all across the state. The next lightest color, or the next darkest color, so that would be Colquitt, Doherty, Jeff Davis, Ware up in the northern part, Floyd, Bartow. That represents $1 to $3 million in tax credits that were claimed by companies. Now, I have to highlight the fact that this is a lot of jobs. I mean, I did the math just kind of backing in at $400 or $2,500 per credit. In the tier 1 communities, you're talking about 250 jobs, to realize the $1 million threshold. In a tier 3 community, you're talking about 570 jobs to get to that $1 million threshold. So in 100 and I wrote it down someplace because I didn't remember, 118 counties last year, there was job creation benefit that directly benefit or directly utilize the job tax tiers. Before we shift to the last question y'all offered in advance about the risks or challenges of changes, any questions about anything we've talked about thus far?
Patty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Nunn, with this particular slide, the areas in white, that means that they did not claim any tax credits for 2017?
That's correct. And I'm sorry, I should have put the white on there. So we've got some work to do, Patty.
Okay, that's fine. And then like the light green area.
So the light green.
Like for Taylor and Dooley, I see they are in the area that represents 250,000 to 1 million.
I apologize for the people online. This is less than $250,000. So that would be Hancock and others. This is 250,000 to $1 million. So that would be, gosh, I have to back up. It's kind of difficult to read up here. That would be Crisp, Sumter, Houston, Bibb.
Okay.
And then this color here is $1 million to $3 million. And this color here is $3 million plus.
So, Commissioner, that area that's 250,000 or less, for my district, I'd be curious to know which businesses utilize that, claim that tax credit, job tax credit for 2017. Is there any data that?
Well, that's what I was saying, okay. Representative, is DOR is not going to give you the data on who claims the credit.
Who claims it, gotcha.
So the angle there is working with the economic development community and the ecosystem, the local economic developers, to share this information with existing industry, as well as, and this is something that David Curry and I have committed to and are working on, is also working with the accounting profession and those professionals that assist many of these companies with their preparation, so that we can increase the utilization, especially in those parts of the state that, as you noted, are currently not using the program.
Is that something that those businesses can do on their own without utilizing the help of the assistance of the local economic developers? Like
Yes, absolutely. All of these programs are open for every business in the state of Georgia. So as long as they understand, I think a lot of it is understanding that they exist and understanding they have access to it. But yes, anybody can do that without going to their local economic developer. But I do say that the expertise of a local economic developer helps them make sure that they're maximizing all that's out there for them for business.
Okay.
And to follow on that, because certainly you don't have to leverage the local economic developer. Representative Houston and I have talked a little bit about this recently, and about the complexities. It's probably advisable to utilize an accounting professional, whether that person is in-house in the business or outside. If you look at the layers of the credits, I mean, this is a 5-year credit. The criteria that you have to satisfy on an annual basis to demonstrate not only that you created those jobs, using payroll data, but also that you retained and sustained those jobs. That's you could fill it out on your own. It's a standard DOR spreadsheet. Then there's a carry forward with the credits, which is complex, and we won't get into. If Pat claims the credits in 1 year, he can carry them forward for 10 years. You could run afoul of the revenue folks pretty quick without some professional expertise. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, not to question you about your own slide there, but I only see 4 colors up there. So
so I just question, is the white not the less than 250
It's,
gallons?
it's not, I should have picked, I don't know why I didn't use the same color scheme that I did on the others. I will promise you that there are four colors plus white. If I can reproduce the slide for you later. I did the slide, so I can attest to it.
I believe you. I was just going with zeros less than 250 since I didn't have a range. But,
Yeah.
so help me out, because this jobs tax program going is available to everybody. And I'm a metro guy, and this is a rural development guy.
Yep.
But I look at the counties that are getting it. I know Chairman Houston is going to be with me on this. The counties that Gwinnett is a tier 4 county. If I look at your map back there.
Yep.
And it's 3 million plus. So the same thing, you mentioned this jobs tax credit to combat poverty. I don't see the two aligning there, because I see a business coming in, and it's great. You have them, you use it to incentivize them, but I don't necessarily see that as linking up to hiring and putting money in a community to fix the poverty in a community. Help me link that up, because most of the time, along with the jobs tax credit, statutory credit, they probably got an incentive in a development authority, and they're not paying a less than full property tax. So how is this jobs tax credit combating poverty?
So I'll start, and I know the professor will have some words too. But let's go back to driving job growth and incentivizing job growth in the communities that are more poverty stricken. And so that tax credit in, let's say, tax credit in Cook County is going to be way more advantageous for the company, way more generous, and hopefully driving them to invest in Cook County than a tax credit in Gwinnett County. It is the tax credit itself, because it is tiered, is much more generous, and not only generous, it is they can use that against payroll withholding, which means it's upfront money, which makes it way more, impactful to that company.
And Pat, I'm not questioning that, but I'm getting back to that saves the company money. I get that if you indirect and you do the multiplier factor with the economy, I get that. But if it comes in as this payroll tax, that's just like money. That's
right.
cash when you give
That's
it to them
right.
as payroll. So it lets them pay that, to the state, or in lieu of paying to the state. But I'm still not clear how that stimulates the local economy for people that are living there. And probably if the folks that are living there at the poverty level aren't educated to take those jobs, how does that help I'm not saying that's not a good thing. I'm just saying if we're here trying to address some of the, if you will, folks that are making the less, wages, I'm not sure that this is directly on point for that. If it is, please articulate that for me, because I'm just not seeing it as much.
Chuck, and I'll kick it over to Christopher because he's itching. But one of the things.
He's just mad because I said he only had 3 colors.
I know. It is very similar to white, I would say that. Let me say first that it's a policy decision overall. Are we incentivizing companies to grow or not? So start there. And if we're incentivizing companies to grow or not, then if we're creating a statewide program, the next level is how do we increase the lives of the Georgians that are being impacted, on the local level. And if you're hopefully incentivizing companies to look at rural Georgia, or look at areas where poverty is higher, because we are enticing them, we're incentivizing them to look there first. That doesn't mean that they're always going to locate there. Because to your point, workforce is going to be a big part of that draw. They're not going to just locate based on a tax incentive. We are hoping that they will look there, and then that we as a state have to sell a package. And that package is a local community, and that local community is a quality of life, it's a workforce, it's a school system. And so all of these things come together. Our goal, and I think this is what the goal was behind the policy, is that we want them to look there first. And then we're going to try to drive them there, hopefully, through that package that we have created in that local community.
And I want to get to you, just to be clear, I'm not arguing about one or the other. I'm just saying, is there more we could do in addition to this for poverty? And to colors, just so you know, this time of year, if it's not red and black, it doesn't matter to me. So.
I already made that note, Chuck. The only thing I would add to this is, you know, as Pat said, so a Tier 4 community does have a benefit. There is a corresponding benefit. It's $750 per job compared to $4,000 per job. The $4,000 per job in the Tier 1 community can be applied against withholding taxes. So the intent of this tool is to make the Tier 1 community more attractive. But when you come down to some decisions, and I'm getting into your world, you know, decisions are driven by product, which is an economic development word for the assets that a community brings to bear. You know, whether that be workforce, whether that be whatever it is. So I think that's where that's part of it. This also is not a silver bullet tool, so it doesn't do anything to address the workforce. That's other programs that we bring to bear. And I think if you went back to the slide that Pat shared, showing how this is utilized to attract jobs in this part of the state, for example. In addition to the job tax credit, you would, some of those other incentives that made up the 20% may include things like Quick Start or other things, right?
That's right. And we've got some of our best local economic developers in the room who can point those things out. But I'll take Checkmate and Shelley as an example. That project, the community did a lot to incentivize that project to come to town. So, you're hoping that they are going to look based on the fact that we're making a good financial case, but the community's got to be able to pull all the assets together to sell it. And so there's a bigger piece to it, but again, I think that the tier system, as it was designed, we can't force companies to make a decision and go into a specific area, but we're hoping that they're going to spend a little more time looking.
And thank you for taking these questions. One of the things I do want to make sure that we address, it took me approximately 50 minutes to drive here today. And I live about 50 miles from here. When I go to the Capitol, I stay about 13 miles from the Capitol, and it takes me about an hour or longer to get back to the hotel at night. As we put packages together, as we have prospects, please note that being 30 miles from an area is different in the rural parts of the state. You know that, but in some of these Tier 1 counties that are 10,000 people, that is not the workforce that we're pulling from. We could pull from, it might be 180,000 people within 63 miles of a particular area, and make sure that we're not short-sighting ourselves. And secondly, regarding the tier system, I can't imagine that we can't make improvements on it to benefit some of our rural communities. As it stands now, if I was a county that was number, let's say, 60 out of the 70-something, and someone as estimable as the guy sitting beside me decides to move to my county because we're looking at mean versus median wage, as wealthy as Chairman McCall is, he could probably by himself drive the mean wage rate above and shoot me into number 71, where if it was on a median level, and just simple things like that that could, I speak somewhat in jest with my good friend, but one person moving in could actually move the needle from a tier 1 to tier 2, tier 2 to tier 3, in some of these smaller communities. So I can't imagine that we created such a wonderful system that it can't have minor tweaks and make it. And I appreciate the slide, and I don't have your package.
Because it was just put together on the fly.
This thing that goes, that we flip back and forth to 3 or 4 times, the
Less developed census tract.
Developed census tract.
less developed census tract, and I appreciate that, but that we can modify this tier system that might better help our, provide more incentive to some of the rural counties.
So if y'all don't mind, let me just, I don't want it to come across where I'm saying that we have created and designed the perfect program. And let me start there, that I'm sure that there are tweaks that we can make that make sense. I just wanted to highlight the fact that the General Assembly's intent in the creation of the program has done, it's worked well and made us very competitive. So, we'd love to work with you if you start to have some ideas that you think would make a difference. We always want to make sure that rural areas are getting the attention they need, and really that we're doing everything we can to continue to grow. And so I want to make sure that I didn't come across as saying that this is something that is untouchable.
And I do appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, follow up, or you need to roll on? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And real quick on drive time, real fast, I do want to say that's a big piece of what we talk about when we're recruiting companies, that 30 miles is 30 minutes. I hear you on that.
Thank y'all. Thank you for coming back, talking about this tier system. I know I had lots of questions last time, and these are some really good slides, and I appreciate the great work going on. Commissioner Wilson, you mentioned that 75% of the announcements this year were outside of Atlanta. Is that a changing trend? Is that something abnormal? Is that something you see continuing? Why was that, or is that different?
So last year was 79, and this year is 75. Just a little over 74. It is generally something that we have seen over the last 8 years, and that's my history, is the last 8 or 9 years, that the highest percentage of our announcements come outside of Atlanta. And so we have seen good, consistent growth. And it's just the fact that we've got a lot of counties, and so it's hard to pinpoint. But I do want to say that, and this year has been great in that I feel like, especially down here in Southwest Georgia, we've had some of the biggest wins that we've had in rural Georgia in a long time.
So you think we're competing pretty well against Atlanta with workforce, infrastructure, those type things, or is it other things driving it?
It's different jobs, or it's different opportunities, and Atlanta is, what we're recruiting in rural Georgia is really the change in the manufacturing industry. There are manufacturing jobs that are coming back from, the loss of the textile industry years ago. And it's communities that find their niche and recruit businesses that fit well. And we've seen that. And it takes leadership and it takes time. Valdosta, I give Valdosta a lot of credit. Project Max, which just located within the last few weeks, I mean, that was about a 4-year project. And it took a lot of leadership at the community level to continue to stay after this project. We got to the altar a number of times and they lost their financing. But the community kept after it, and we located a great project down there. It takes leadership, it takes time, and it takes sites. I mean, we've really had a problem over the years, almost victims of our own success, that we've lost a lot of our great sites and spec buildings. We don't have opportunities out there right now because we've located a lot of projects. And so it takes foresight and leadership in the community to continue to to make sure that we're driving that site process locally. The state's never going to come in and say that you guys need to do this. That's the communities that need to make those decisions themselves. But from the state's perspective, we do need more good sites. But I do say that rural projects are the most competitive projects in the United States. And it's because we're not competing you're not competing against Atlanta for a rural project. We're competing against Troy, Alabama, and we're competing against Aiken, South Carolina. And those projects, by and large, communities are going to go all in on these projects. They spend a lot of money. They give free land. They give utilities that are already at the site. I mean, we have to compete at a different level for rural projects than we compete for projects in Atlanta. And I think that if you look at the announcements that we've made over the last 8 years, our wins in rural Georgia, we have been way more competitive on a per-job basis than you would see in a project that lands in the metro Atlanta community.
I appreciate the job you got in Valdosta, but isn't that in the MSC, isn't that a metropolitan area, considered a metropolitan area?
I mean, I don't consider Lowndes County to be...
Well, aren't they part of the M-Service agent, what are you, area?
MSA.
MSA.
Well, and, Chairman House...
And I appreciate, I don't...
Well, I was giving them some credit for how long it took and staying with it. And I understand what you're saying, but I do, you can look all across the border right there with Florida. We've had a number of wins. Our friends in Bainbridge did a great job with Taurus.
Yeah, and to me, that's really a rural area.
That is.
And one thing that bothered me, I've spent a lot of time in Baker County, and even though you've got that crossover, I can't think that Baker County wouldn't be a completely Tier 1 county if you took out about 2 landowners down there. And I think that has a big difference in some of these rural areas where poverty is really... Yeah. I'm talking about Baker County. You know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
You take out 2 big landowners down there, and you got real poverty. And the next thing, I don't understand how Clark County, is there poverty real bad in Clark County, or don't they have lots of...
Yes.
It's real bad. It's real poverty. I wasn't familiar with that. But the next thing, Commissioner Nunn and I had a person from rural development that wanted some help along these tax credits and wanted us to do something along the lines with the Department of Revenue to make it easier for us to fill out these tax credits. And I hope we can continue to work on it so small businesses can take some advantage of it.
As I mentioned, Commissioner Curry and I have had a number of conversations about this. I had a conversation yesterday with the folks from the Georgia Society of CPAs, which is one tool that we will use to help to address that. But we're absolutely on it.
All right, thank you.
Chairman Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman Watson. Real quick, thank both of you for the job you do. You do a great job. My question, you had a slide showing the criteria basically to qualify for the tier system, but on the less developed census tract, what's the criteria to be determined a less developed census tract? Because I notice, if I'm looking at that slide, right, there's about 50 to 60 other parts of the county.
It is the exact same criteria, the exact same data, just applied against the census tract compared to the county. And Pat gives me a hard time, with the professor title. Data matters, and so last year, Jay Powell's not here, it doesn't appear, but he had asked in this session about free and reduced lunch or some other tools. And we went back and we looked at that data, which is available at the county level, maybe sporadically, but is not available at the census tract level, so it doesn't get us to that calculation. But it is this and this are calculated exactly the same way, different geography.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out, 'cause if I'm looking at that, Gwinnett County's got a little sliver through there.
Well, to Pat's
somehow.
point earlier, there's actually poverty in urban parts of the state, just like there's poverty in rural parts of the state. You see that. We could speak to it about the federal opportunity zones. Frankly, if we had used the same criteria across the state, every federal opportunity zone would have been in urban areas. So.
We didn't discuss them singularly. We discussed alliances. So when you look at Dougherty County and the Tier 1 and the Tier 4, are y'all still allowing partnerships to be formed?
Absolutely.
Around? And so that has to come out today. Can you deal with that just briefly about how that's possible?
No, we would love, we encourage partnerships among areas of the state. And I locate South Georgia as a great example of a group that works really well.
Another map, the one that shows doesn't show the white.
Oh,
No,
this
no,
one?
that was good.
Yeah.
So you can just look and see where the different tiers are.
Right.
Is anybody doing that, or any of our counties doing it?
So usually of course, it takes the communities wanting to come together and do it. And again, I think the state is, we are not in the business of telling the counties, the regions what to do. But it is impactful, and it makes a lot of difference when communities can come together and market themselves together as a package. And Locate South Georgia has done a great job. They're a great example of it. You have a very similar region in southeast Georgia, that Savannah, as well as all the surrounding communities, have worked together. I think it's a great example of how we can all benefit. They all benefit from job growth, and so it makes a lot of sense to do that together. And back to we're talking about workforce. Those jobs don't start and stop at a county line, And so being able to tell a workforce story as a region makes a lot of difference to a company. A German company does not know where Franklin and Stevens, where that line is, and they don't care. They just want to make sure that they can get the workforce that they need. And so being able to come together as a region to really talk about how we market ourselves with workforce, that's a big piece of it too. But we absolutely encourage communities to work together, because the one thing that, and I mentioned this when we were in Stevens County the first time that I spoke, we asked a consultant, this consultant who's worked with us a number of times, asked him after we located a project, so, what was the toughest part about locating the project to Georgia? And he said, my gosh, you guys have so many counties. And, it really is getting people to think across the county line and look at ways that we can work together, especially in rural Georgia. And I give, Chairman McCall, my Northeast Georgia area up there has done a great job of pulling together. Franklin, Stevens, and Hart and Elbert have done a lot of work together. I went up to speak to them fairly recently. But that's a great model of everybody working together to tell that story, because everybody benefits.
Patty, did you have a question? You good? Anybody else? Just a couple quick comments. I know we're running behind. Just a thought. Chairman House mentioned Clark County. When you look at that map and the tiers and the way you calculate those, and when you talk about poverty and blight and wages, some of those communities do have a lot more tax revenue to help take care of some of those issues, whereas other parts of the state don't have anything to help with some of those issues. And I know we hadn't made any changes to it in a long time. So just wanted to, can tax revenue play a role in, obviously if I'm a developer, I'm gonna make that business decision, because if I can get the same opportunity in Clark as I can Clinch, I'm probably gonna go straight to Clark, and I'm not even gonna look at Clinch. And I guess that's what we're just wanting to try to figure out a way to get people to at least consider some of these other places, whether it be adding another factor. I know y'all can't change it, but y'all got to tell us what your barriers are. What can we do to do that, so that we can change that? You know, I look at that map and I say, well, part of the reason you're having more growth outside the area is because that's where they're now finally going to get the tax credits outside of those more urban areas. So just wanted to put that out there. And then this has always been something that bothers me too, that, you know, existing business, you know, we've got businesses in these areas and we don't ever throw them a bone. And I know that's not necessarily part of this, but just trying to think outside the box. What happens when this runs out? You know, are they staying? Do they leave? Just to put it on the table. So.
Chairman, on existing industry, I think again what makes this jobs tax credit important is that existing industry can take that in order to, and that keeps us competitive. You know, the number of our announcements, and I go back to last year, we were at 380 around announcements by the department. 80% of those, 72% of those were existing industry. So we really focus on on growing that existing industry. We struggle with where, and I've got an active project, so I can't say where it is or what it's or what it is. But it's an existing industry in a community outside of Metro Atlanta that wants to add 100 jobs. They currently have 1,100 jobs in their facility. And we are competing with another state for this. And it would be, we're adding 100 jobs, and the other state would add 1,200 jobs because they will shutter and move. And so there really is not a great tool in our toolbox to be able to incentivize 100 jobs versus what they would get in another state with a new piece of property, a new building, new tax credits, and cash on the table. And so that is something that I would, you know, while we do a great job, I think, of helping companies grow with jobs tax credits, when it comes down to a project like that is a truly competitive project, I think that there are opportunities that we could work together.
All right. I think that's it. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
All right, next we're going to have a panel discussion. I've got Barbara Grogren, Rick McCaskill, and Andrea. I'm not going to try to say your name because I know I'll probably mess it up, but come on down. Scott Purvis as well. I'm sorry, Scott. These are some of our local economic developers. We just want to talk with them or hear from them.
We're adding one more, Shelley.
Okay.
We'll introduce him. Tell him to get a chair. Okay. Okay. We got you.
Yeah.
Hold that mic. We're just gonna pass it.
Shelley, I apologize. I didn't know you were going to be here.
She didn't either.
You surprised us. Thank you for being here. We've kind of heard from DCA and the commissioners. Now we just kind of want to hear from the folks that are on the ground that are actually doing the work and trying to put these things together and make us all look good. So I'll turn it over to y'all.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I've just been informed we've only got one microphone, so can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, if not, just ask me to speak up. But I want to thank you for having us here today. Got some local economic development professionals who are talking about economic development. And I want to introduce them, but I kind of feel like a game show host up here. Contestant number one, please come on down. But have Mr. Rick McCaskill, Bainbridge, Decatur County, Ms. Andrea Schreier of Valdosta Lowndes County, Ms. Shelley Zorn of Thomas County, Ms. Barbara Grover of Moultrie County. will do my best to keep on time. I do have some highly motivated, highly opinionated type A personalities. I think from our discussion, you're going to see that one size of economic development does not fit all, and that there are different opinions on economic development at the local level. I think you're going to even see some of these panelists will have different opinions. But I do want to thank Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Nunn for what they do. They set us up very nicely. I hope that was an intended consequence of their discussion on what we want to talk with you about. But we do want to acknowledge that there are certain things about economic development is the same. You do have to have a product, you do have to have industrial parks, you do have to have a workforce, but economic development is done different in each community. It's different in urban communities, it's different in rural communities, it's different in hub communities. Each community has its own structure, how it's funded, and its own issues, how it's staffed. So to the panel is a two-part question. What are your major issues in conducting economic development in your community? And how is economic development structured and funded in your community?
I'll go first, as I think in Valdosta Lowndes County, I'm Andrea Schreier. I'm the Executive Director for the Valdosta Lowndes County Development Authority. I'll start off with my issues are definitely going to be different than my colleagues up here. But we're a constitutional authority. We are funded through one mill through our county, which totals up to be about $3 million. We operate off of that with about $800,000. The remainder of that goes towards servicing of debt and then towards additional capital expenditures for additional projects. Probably one of our toughest issues is really making sure that our local leadership stays educated on the ever-changing role of economic development. So economic development over the years, probably 20 years ago, and my colleagues up here can talk about this, is you had to have site, you had to have land, or a building and a site. Well, today it revolves around workforce. You heard that a lot. It revolves around how are we working together along with infrastructure, quality of life, and all those different aspects. So it's making sure that our local leadership stay abreast of those trends and that they understand economic development doesn't just mean recruiting industry, but it also means that there's tourism, there's quality of life, there's retail development, and there's healthcare. So it's making sure that all facets of economic development are being approached.
When you look at funding in Colquitt County, ours comes through a portion of a mill rate. We're up to about $300,000 annually. So you consider that in a difference to what you just heard from Andrea. But then also we get SPLOST allotments that help us with funding projects. Our biggest challenges, now I caveat this with I grew up here, but I've only been back 4.5 months, so I'm still getting up to speed on the community. Looking at it, I think some of our major issues are advanced skilled workers and advanced skilled jobs. We need the demand and, which one comes first? How do you get one without the other? Now, a good example of us working to make that change is the facility you're sitting in with PCOM. But that is a tough piece to really move the needle on of can you get a highly skilled worker to require a higher wage as well?
I'm Shelley Zorn, and I'm with the Thomas County Development Authority. So I'm completely funded through the city of Thomasville, and all that money comes from utility sources. So when I was in other communities, the question was how many jobs will this create? In Thomasville, the question is how much utility use will these jobs create? So all my operating comes from City of Thomasville and from utility use. I have a total budget of about $300,000. So that includes nothing for building buildings, buying buildings, having product, giving incentives on projects, which we've recently done. So you have to go each and every time, hat in hand, to your county and city and ask for incentive money, which makes it very hard to keep projects confidential. We find a way to do that, but it's a challenge. So we're trying to reenact a mill of tax that was taken away in the 90s so that we'll have an independent source of funding. So you can see we're all different sizes, all different needs. But I would say our biggest issue is workforce, workforce, workforce. And I know it's not just Thomasville, it's all over Georgia, it's all over the nation. So we personally are trying to do some things locally. I won't get into the logistics of it, but we have 2 new programs called Project Purpose, and the other is called Spark Thomasville for new entrepreneurs. And both of those are funded. One's funded through the faith community and one's funded through my development authority. So again, we're funding those locally. For you that are sitting here thinking about state funding, I would say we need education. It needs to be a priority, whether that's K through 12, that pipeline that we've got there. Our technical colleges are such a great resource. They need more funding, and they need funding in the areas of industrial. We worked a project not long ago, and that project needed CNC workers, and we did not have that program in Thomasville. So we lost that project because the community they were looking at in Alabama did have those CNC workers and did have the program already in place. So I would say what my advice would be to you is funding for K through 12 and funding for our technical colleges, because workforce is our biggest challenge.
And I'm Rick McCaskill. I'm from Bainbridge, Decatur County. We're the little guy at the table. My office is 1.5 people, myself and a 20-hour-a-week secretary. So we run a pretty tight operation. We get funded $250,000 from the county, which equates to about $240,000. When we do a project, which we just did a big one, we have to go on our hands and knees to the county and the city to get the backing to do a bond issue, which we just successfully did. Our biggest issue, like everybody else at the table, is the workforce. You used to could kind of BS your way through all that workforce stuff, but now with the internet, everybody can look at your numbers. They don't even have to come look at you to eliminate you. So we get a lot of support from, being a small office, we get a lot of support from Atlanta. Department of Economic Development helps us not only navigate all that stuff, but with all the projects, they, especially when you get the customer to come to the table, you get a lot of support. And for a small community, that's a real big deal. But workforce is our issue.
Thank you for that truth in economic development there, Rick. At a lot of your meetings that you've held around the state as the House Rural Development Council has met, one of the things y'all have talked about is regionalism. I think it's some of the legislation that you've looked at passing or developing. And recently there has been a lot of discussion concerning regionalism and partnerships with shared resources and revenues. As a practitioner, what is your definition of regionalism, and how can the state promote and incentivize regionalism?
Well, I'm going to go first on this one, and I've spoken to some of you one-on-one about this issue. For me, a lot of regionalism is already happening, and every project that we've landed is a regional project. When Caterpillar closed in Thomasville, they had 229 employees. Half were from Thomas County, half were from our surrounding counties. So we have a very active joint development authority in our area. Moultrie's part of it too. It's a 5-county joint development authority. It came naturally that we had a connection with each other, and we support each other, we trust each other. We send each other projects when they don't suit our community or we don't have that size building. We support each other financially. They gave $100,000 to Checkmate that we landed. We're doing a survey together for workforce development. We're doing a CEO roundtable together. So I would say, please don't do away with joint development authorities. You have to have communities that are motivated to use them correctly, but that's regionalism to me, and I believe we can work together like we have been on things that aren't competitive but concern us all: healthcare, education, tourism, all the things, education, workforce. Those are the things we need to be working together for regionally. I'm going to be real open and honest here, and I had to think about this morning, how honest I want to be. I keep hearing about regional parks, and I think that is very well suited to certain areas that maybe didn't have any product, or maybe they're an hour outside of Atlanta, like Social Circle. That's always used as the big example. I do not believe in Southwest Georgia we're ready for regional parks because almost all of us have parks. Thomas County, just one example of many here, we spent $5 million on a park that's been empty for 2 or 3 years now. And we've done everything in our power to market it, and we will continue to do so. We're talking about spending our local money to put a spec building there. So we're not ready for a regional park. We're ready to work regionally with our partners, and we do, and we want to continue that. But please don't force us to only have regional parks. I think you heard how different we all are. It's not one size fits all, and that may work for certain parts of the state, and then we may have to find a different solution for other parts of the state. And I've heard that regional parks, that we should be able to do that because we can share revenue. There's no revenue to share in Southwest Georgia. When Taurus was landed, when your glass company was landed, National Beef, the building we're sitting in right now, Checkmate in Thomasville, we gave Checkmate a free building worth $15 million. We gave them a 20-year property tax abatement. We gave them utilities. We gave them a pretreatment center. And yes, the state was a wonderful partner, and they gave them discretionary money because it's more than 200 jobs. But some communities can't buy a project like that. They don't have the resources. So there's no revenue to share on Checkmate or Taurus or any of our other projects. That wouldn't have worked in that instance. Maybe we'll be ready for that one day. I hope we are, but I just don't think rural Georgia's ready for that.
And when you think of regionalism, before I left Sumter, I had 2 projects there that did not work in that county, but I called my counterparts in Camilla and in Albany. Both those projects work there, and they've moved forward with them. So to me, regionalism is all of us working together. We know what parks each of us have. We know what resources, and we don't mind sharing because, quite frankly, the whole lifts us together. Because our workers don't stop at a county line. They quite frankly don't care. If they've got to drive an hour, whoever mentioned the drive time, that's fine if the wages are there to make it make sense. So we all look at regionalism as basically working together and doing that very constructively so that we can all grow. And then one other point I wanted to say about that, when you think about regionalism, to me, something has to have demand to make us work together, to incentivize it, to make it happen. You know, we don't particularly have those big projects unless we look up on one. But the thing we all have demand for and that we are all working for in different ways, and you've heard us say it, is workforce. So if we really want to incentivize regionally, look at workforce. How do we train the kind of workforce to be the region that we want to be? If it's advanced manufacturing or medical or whatever it may be, that's the piece we can really all go after together.
Every industrial park we've got in Southwest Georgia is a regional park. I mean, just because it doesn't have regional on the name, every one of them, the way we look at them, they're all regional parks. So I hope y'all will look at it that way as well. We don't have to have something defined as a regional park to consider it regional. Also, we're talking about training up the workforce. I do want to let y'all know that what we're doing with the technical schools is a big step for us. And some of these companies that we've brought in lately have really helped us step that game up. And we are now doing CNC training and other programs through our technical schools. And that's a big, big part of our pitch because on paper, we don't have those skills, but we do have the capability of showing a prospect how we can give them those skills. And of course, with our workforce training that the state does is tremendous. But the big thing is we truly believe that all our industrial parks are regional industrial parks.
So for us as a hub city, one of the areas that we look at from being a regional partner is we're a hub, so we're drawing people into our community. Workforce is coming into our community. Where we have a population of 56,000 in the city of Valdosta, it goes up to over 100,000 during the day because of workers commuting into Valdosta, Lowndes County, coming to work, which, sorry, kind of steals some workforce from my neighbors. But we understand that, and we understand that we have to support those projects. So some of the things that we're looking at, because we are responsible for that, is how do we work through the Development Authority to partner with our regional high schools is to look through the K through 12 education, not just from Lowndes County, but also through our surrounding counties, bringing them into our community, touring our existing industries, understanding the jobs that are needed there, and then also taking our leadership to their communities to understand what workforce is needed. So because of that, we've got apprenticeships that are taking place from some of our Lowndes County students in Berrien County. We have CTA students from Berrien County coming to Lowndes County. And again, it goes back to what Commissioner Wilson said. Workforce is a #1 issue that we have to answer. So as economic developers, we have to be able to tell the story of how we're providing a sustainable workforce for the future.
Anything else? Okay. As you know, industrial recruitment is an expensive proposition in economic development. And as local practitioners, they can only sell the community that the leadership builds. And in thinking of that, many of our rural communities have invested public funds to develop industrial parks, along with infrastructure to the parks to increase their chances for project activity. The challenge that most rural communities face isn't the availability of property for development, it's the availability of funding to develop those parks. In addition to these costs, rural communities are asked to heavily incentivize projects in order to stay competitive during the site selection process. Some of these incentives may include free land or buildings, tax abatements, and infrastructure costs. How can the state better assist rural communities with funding and incentives for economic development projects?
Okay. I think when you start that looking at examples, the building you're sitting in is a perfect example of that. This is a multi-million-dollar facility that our community invested in, and we're glad to do it. It's going to change the face of Moultrie, the state, the Southeast U.S., but this took incentive dollars and this took land. We also got EIP dollars through the state, but this was a very, very large project, and we're very proud of it, and it'll be worth it in the long run, but it's now how do we replace those coffers. So one piece I would really recommend that you look at is to go ahead and really consider the monetizing of the job tax credit piece. And I know that piece is coming up next in a panel, and we're really interested to hear it. In some communities, job tax credit works really, really well, and you've heard the discussions on it. That was very insightful and helpful to me, too, that you heard earlier. Some of those companies, though, don't get the benefit in the long run because they can't use all of it. The way it's designed, they don't have that much liability to which they can apply it against. Some projects Andrea has, though, in Valdosta, it's a very different scenario. They use all of it. So it varies from community to community, but if we could look at monetizing the job tax credit in a way that smaller, more lesser employee projects that we typically see in rural Georgia really could benefit from those more. And there are markets where you've seen it done in filming and other industries. You can sell them back at reduced rates. There's a lot of different ways to do it, and of course it would take Department of Revenue helping us think through that. But I would say seriously consider monetizing those job tax credits for the rural areas for the style of projects we typically get, because while a project may be $3 or $4 million, that's huge for Colquitt County. That's not as big for Lowndes, but that can change the face of Colquitt County and a lot of our other rural communities.
I agree 150%. I think job tax credits are a big advantage for our state, and people in Thomas County have used them many times. I love that they're for existing industry as well, but I think rural areas of America are at a disadvantage. So if Georgia truly wants to make their rural areas an advantage over metro areas, because they're going to come to metro areas. That's what they're looking for. The workforce is there, the airport is there. So give us something that would give us an advantage. And I think that is job tax credits that are different for rural areas, monetized, discretionary money that is more for rural communities than for metro and hub communities, and for smaller projects. So I've been doing this 20 years. I've really only had 2 really big projects. Most of the projects I work are 20 jobs, 50 jobs, 100 jobs. I talked to a lady this morning that has 3 jobs. That's very important to her and her workers, and it will grow, and it'll be important to Thomas County. So discretionary money, perhaps, for rural areas of America and Georgia in particular that are smaller projects. I would like to suggest, maybe I just think too simple, but I think the job tax credit should be simplified and the tiers should be simplified. There are metro communities, there are hub communities like Valdosta, Augusta, Savannah, and then the rest of us are just pretty rural. And there is a difference between the rural community that has 4,000 and the one that has 20,000. There is a difference. There's different resources there. But I would like to see rural incentives, whether that's the job tax credit, discretionary money, designed with a lot of teeth and a lot of meat that really give us an advantage.
You want to be last, don't you? Well, an incentive is only an advantage if we're one of the few that get it. And we've seen earlier that some of the advantages that we had have been spread out amongst other folks that aren't rural or aren't disadvantaged as much as maybe we are. So that's one thing I'd point out, because most of these rural programs start out as a rural program. And the first 3 years we benefit from having this program that's for rural people. And then it'll be, well, if your county touches a rural county, then you also qualify. And then about 2 years later, it's if you know somebody in a rural county, you qualify. So our programs tend to get watered down and our money gets spread out. And so just if you're looking at helping rural, make it rural, keep it rural. But, it's just, we need something that gives us an advantage. And what exactly it is, there have been some suggestions thrown out here. One thing that probably could help us is we tend to not have the projects with the numbers of employees. Well, everything on the state list is driven by numbers of employees. In some of our counties, a 25-job company is a big deal. But they certainly wouldn't qualify for any of the advantages that we might be able to offer them if it was a 150 job or 100 jobs. So that might be an area that there could be some advantage shown to the rural communities.
And I would echo what they're saying is there a way to look at how the state calculates the available discretionary dollars per job? Is that something where it could be an advantage in a rural community that additional dollars are given towards the infrastructure support? Whether it's a 25-person company going into Bainbridge, Decatur, or Thomasville, or Moultrie, the road still costs the same. So whether you're building that road for 100 jobs or 200 jobs, the road is still going to cost the same. And you've still got to come up with the money, because that is expected from those companies that you're going to build the road and service the industry within that part.
And I want to say one more thing. I don't know if most people realize, because this law was created so long ago, to get the job tax credits, you've got to pay $12.78 or more per hour, and you have to offer health insurance. You don't have to pay for that health insurance, but you have to offer it. And so for some communities of 4,000 people or 10,000 people or 20,000 people, that's not a big salary. That's probably not even a living wage in Atlanta. But that's a hard threshold to make. And I know there was a company in Mitchell County recently that was going to leave and would stay if they could have the job tax credits from the new jobs, but they were going to pay about $11.50 an hour and then move people up to higher wages later. So I just thank you for having us here today, and I would just say continue the conversation with all of us and other economic development professionals. I know I told Darlene not long ago, it'd be like asking Shelley Zorn to change the education system. I don't know anything. I would need to talk to teachers who are boots on the ground every day. And I appreciate you having us here. I appreciate all your efforts. I appreciate your having the conversation, but please include us in the conversation as you're making new legislation. We really appreciate it.
We do, and I will echo on that point, because I look out across the audience. In an economic development round, we work with most of the partners in the room, whether it's GDEC, DCA, the University of Georgia, Archway, Carl Vinson, whoever it is across out there, we work with all of them, and we want to work with you too to try and how do we navigate those resources for our rural communities.
And with that, we do want to thank you for having us. Hopefully, through our little discussion here, you've understand that economic development is different in each community. The definition of regionalism is it depends. It depends on who you ask. And there are different ways that maybe we can work with you in the coming months or even coming years to be able to better incentivize projects in rural Georgia. We do want to be respectful of your time, and we turn it back to you, over to you if you have any questions for the panel.
Questions? Clay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this past legislative session, we did pass one additional caveat to the jobs tax credit, and we changed the quality jobs tax credit. Have you had any? I've not seen much publication of the changes. Have you seen interest in your communities? Has that helped any? Will it, going forward with more publicity, will that help? And for those that's on the panel, absolutely no, but those who do not know, and behind me, quality job is one that pays 110% of the average wage in the community. And so once you hit that 110% threshold up to 200%, it really ramps up the tax credit for an existing or new industry coming in. And so my question is, that was a long way to get to the question. Have you seen that being a tool that will benefit you currently, or you think that is still something that once the word gets out, that's going to provide a good incentive for us in terms of ramping up what we see in rural areas?
I would say from my perspective, just being here a couple of months, the answer is not yet. It is, the word's getting out there. I've done some industry visits. Tina Herring with GDEC's been at the table with me on them, and we're explaining them. I think some of the rules just kind of got clarified in the last couple of months on that. So it's starting to make its way. I would say in another year, you'll probably really know how that's moving. But on 5 or 6 industry visits I've been on, we've been talking about them, and people are intrigued and interested in them and looking at how, okay, if we do this, what does it change to our entire financial scenario? So they're sharing the information with their accounting side. So I think it'll get there. We just need more time on it.
We had 7 projects last year in Thomasville, and that wasn't really in play yet, but I know when prospects call or just inquiries, I call the Department of Labor, I call Lynn Jones, and they always want a breakdown of what people are currently paying in that field. So they want to pay about that level, you know, but I think as we pursue prospects in the future, we can say, this is the level, but this is what you'll get if you go beyond that level. So I just don't think we've had enough time yet to see the results.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to first say thank you for whoever decided to coordinate this panel or part of this discussion. This is really good. Thank you all for your information today. I really appreciate that. But in addition to everything that's been said, I'm just curious to know, with your board makeup, is there any elected officials on the board, and who actually make the appointments to your boards?
So I'll start. So we're a constitutional authority, and through that, we have 2 that are appointed by the county, 2 that are appointed by the city of Valdosta, and then 1 that is joint appointed.
Okay. We're constitutional as well, but it was founded through the city of Thomasville, and we get our funding through them. So we have 1 person from the city, 1 from the county, 2 that are appointed by the city, and in Thomasville there is a tradition of that being a banker. It's not in the law, but it's a tradition. And then whoever is chairman of our Chamber of Commerce.
In Colquitt County, we're also constitutional. We have 11 board members. 4 are appointed from the city, 4 from the county, and 3 by the board itself. They have staggering terms, how that works. Here, this is the first community I've worked in that's had elected officials on the board, 1 from our city and 1 from our county. I would say it's worked very well because they are our partners in this. I know some communities that hasn't always been the case, but it's been very productive here.
I have a 9-member board. I have 5 members appointed by the county and 4 members appointed by the city. We are a statutory board, which means we have to pay through the nose to do a bond issue.
Could y'all talk about how you're staffed?
So in Valdosta, Lowndes, we are staffed. I'm the executive director. I have an associate director of business development as well as project management, and he does existing industry too. And then we have a marketing communications who also focuses on the workforce development aspect. We have operations manager as well as a part-time receptionist. So for us, up here, we have 8 industrial parks. So when we say we have an operational purpose, we have to manage those 8 industrial parks, all the costs associated with those 8 industrial parks, maintenance of railroads, everything that's associated with that park. So that's also why we get a mill, because of the expense of maintaining those parks.
I am the one and only employee of the Thomasville Payroll Development Authority. But I do have the assistance of a receptionist at the chamber, and then City of Thomasville. They take care of my minutes. They take care of the agenda. They take care of paying the bills. But I'm the one employee.
In this organization with the Moultrie, I am president, and we have an assistant president as well, who basically does support staff on all the data, details. It's a very high-skilled person, so I'm very blessed in that point, and they handle all the admin as well.
1.5.
So I assume a lot of our neighbors have the same workforce problems that we have. I would think that's a common problem. So what may give them the competitive advantage over Georgia? Yeah, over us. Is it cash, money?
Mainly what we've run into is we're competing on these bigger projects, especially with more developed communities than what we've got. So we are competing with people that don't have the same workforce issues as the low level of training as we have basically in Southwest Georgia. So even if you compare North Georgia to South Georgia, that comes to light. But that's what we've bumped into, is we have to prove that we can provide, like for Taurus, we could provide 300 employees that could build the firearms. And we had a hard time that was the hardest thing we had to do for Taurus, was convince them that we could do that. I'm happy to tell you that we had a job fair 3 months ago, and we had 800 people show up, and they were thrilled with the regional turnout we had. And they're working about 80 people in Bainbridge right now.
Well, I would say, yeah, funding is important because, for example, with Wiregrass Georgia Technical College, we're lucky now to have a new employee with Joe Sumner, who is I can never remember his title. He's like Associate Director of Academic Affairs. His whole goal is to do nothing but work with industries within our region. So whether it's Chaparral that might need, 100 employees trained on this, his job is to make sure that Wiregrass Georgia Technical College not only has the capability to teach the program, but has the equipment that they can teach it on. And there's a lot of robotics and automation that is going into manufacturing facilities, and the technical colleges are going to have to be able to fund that equipment to go into their classrooms. So to answer your question, yes, there are dollars that should be going into our technical colleges to make sure that they're able to fund the training programs to assist these industries within our region.
And you're going to hear it over and over again. I echo that. So we worked the Kimber project, which was guns. We ended up getting one of their suppliers, Checkmate. But when we worked Kimber, in the end, we were competing with Troy, Alabama. Their technical college already had a CNC program, and they had Lockheed Martin, and that's the reason they had that CNC program. Our technical college did a great job, and so did Quick Start, of explaining we can create that for you. But when a company's looking at the risk of, we're going to create a program for you and we're going to get the equipment. Oh, and we have equipment an hour away in Valdosta or 50 minutes away in Bainbridge. Of course, they went with the less risk. That was just one factor. It wasn't the only factor. Our technical college does a great job, but they're focused on healthcare, as they should be. They don't have the funding to have a lot of industrial equipment to do CNC. So funding for that is crucial. It's a process of elimination, and one of the reasons they eliminated us is because we did not have a CNC program.
It appears for me, having worked in areas that I've experienced both South Carolina's methods as well as Alabama's, they are ahead of us in having proved their quality of workforce. And I say that from the standpoint, it's not that we don't have it, and it's not that we don't have good high schools and career academies and technical colleges. We have it, but we're having to defend it every time. So I think they're just ahead of us and already had everybody convinced they have it, but it's because we're having to say we will get it, we can train, we can do, and we can, but we got to get ahead of that curve.
It's like going to buy a car, and the car dealer says, well, I don't have a car for you yet, but I will get one if you'll give me a year. If you'll give me 6 months, I'll find a way to get you that car. You're going to go to the next car dealership that has a car.
And if you think about it, workforce is the one thing that someone cannot overcome, because if you have to, even on your farm, Sam, you'd go buy a tractor, you'd do this, you'd do that. But if you don't have someone to drive it, you can't do that. Right there is where you stop.
And I would tell you in the site selection process, and I know that Commissioner Wilson headed this off, with Arglass, for example, we had to meet with their banking institution to prove to them that we could provide a workforce in Valdosta Lowndes County. So not just the company, but we had to meet with the bank. So because there are stories out there within that economic development field that say, well, this company had to close because they couldn't find the employees in that region. And I think somebody earlier mentioned 30 minutes is 30 minutes. So within our group, I don't just look at Valdosta Lowndes County as a workforce draw. I actually use a 60-minute drive time when I recruit. I use a 45-minute and a 65-minute. And no offense to the state of Georgia, but I do use Florida. And so I utilize that workforce in the state of Florida that's going to drive to Valdosta. I even get down to the specifics of pulling the SIC codes associated with that job to show that industry sector where the skill sets are within that 60-mile radius and what skill sets are in that 60-mile radius to do so.
Chairman Taylor.
Just a quick question. You've talked about the driving. Has transportation been an issue? I know we don't have any standard transportation like they have in metropolitan areas. And I've heard that as an issue in the past. Sometimes it's the logistics of distributing products. But how about for your employees?
So when we're recruiting new industry, I haven't heard it because they're not here yet, and I don't think they realize that's an issue. So we don't tell them. However, I hear it from existing industry all the time. The other day I was at Hearst Boiler, and it's an issue for them. And they even took the extra step of trying to pair their workers together to carpool together. They got the idea from some workers at their plant that were doing it, and they said, well, let's help some other workers do that as well. So existing industry talks about it a lot for me, but I haven't heard it from a prospect.
No, I've not either, but I think it's because we've not particularly ever had it. Our people have figured out if I want a job, I have to get there. They've made it work. Could we see some different dynamics if we had public transportation where you could maneuver? I think so greatly. I think people would have access to different styles of jobs, could change their livelihood, all these things. But they may be committed to have to go to one spot because it's where they got the ride.
I think it also depends on the prospect you're working with. So we've worked with a lot of international prospects recently, and it is a question that comes up from our international prospects because they are used to a public transit system, whether it's rail, car, train, well, that is a rail. But, so that I think depends on who you're talking to when you're recruiting that prospect. But as far as them choosing us over public transportation system, no, we've not been eliminated because there's not a public transit.
It's come up with us, and we just told them we'd buy them a van, and it went away. But the time it really has come up and been an impediment is when we were talking about trying to become more of a retirement community, and it's a big issue with that crowd. So it does hurt us from that standpoint.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Well, thank you all for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Good. Next, we've got John Foster with DOR. He's got a different perspective as well, so we want to hear from him. John, thank you for being here. I know it's been mentioned about the monetizing of the tax credits, and I think you have an opinion on that on the department side, so we look forward to hearing what that is. So, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm John Foster. I'm with the Department of Revenue. It's good to see everyone. I see a lot of familiar Ways and Means faces. I'm going to talk a little bit about monetizing the credit, but I'm not going to really advocate for or against anything, because, we're a state agency. We don't advocate. That's up to the legislature and the governor's office. And monetizing credits really, let's see. Yeah, can you maybe help me? See, I'm old, so I don't know how to do it.
Justin's had to work out today.
More slides, so just advance it. There we go. So really, credits can be monetized two ways. One is the direct sale. Currently, for the job tax credit, the quality jobs tax credit, and the investment tax credit, it cannot be directly sold. When you think about the direct sale, you think more about the film tax credit, the historic credit. Could you do it? Yes, if you wanted to. The way it works is you earn the credit, and then you go into our website and then transfer the credit to another taxpayer, and then they're able to use it. Probably the biggest downside is when you sell it, of course, you don't get a dollar on a dollar, right? You sell it for less than it's worth. And that's simply because people aren't going to pay you a dollar on a dollar, plus usually there's a broker involved. I'm going to throw out a number. It's not an official number because we're not really involved in the sale, but what I've heard is usually you can get about 85 to 92 cents on the dollar, something like that. So that's probably the biggest downside. The other way to monetize credits is the withholding benefit. And I got here at 2:30 when the talk of the credit started, because I was particularly interested in what was said, so I would have some idea. And I think there was one mention of it, but not a lot of mention. And what the withholding benefit is you earn the credit, and then instead of giving us your withholding that you would normally give us on your employees, you get to keep the money, but your employees still get the benefit of the withholding. So it's a way, all the money goes back to the actual taxpayer who generated the credit. It is currently allowed for some job tax credit taxpayers, and I'll kind of go through all the Tier 1 counties. They can get the withholding benefit, and I thought Commissioner Nunn and Wilson did a good job of showing the tiers. All the Tier 1 counties, if you're located in that county and you get the job tax credit, you can use the withholding benefit. If you're in a Tier 2, 3, or 4 county, the Department of Economic Development has to designate you as a competitive project, which is kind of a more significant project that has kind of significant regional effect. Or they also showed the census tracts, which I thought was pretty good. Anyone that's in a less developed census tract can also use the withholding benefit. So if you were looking for ways to improve the usage, that might be something that you look at, increasing the withholding benefit. The quality job tax credit, which I think it was mentioned, this representative over here, mentioned that has been changed. House Bill 224, which was passed this year, before the quality job tax credit, you had to create at least 50 jobs. Now, if you're in a Tier 1 rural county, it's just 10 jobs. Or a Tier 2 rural county, it's 25 jobs. And a rural county is one with a population of less than 50,000 and 10% or more of the population living in poverty. So, but at any rate, anyone who gets the quality job tax credit can use the withholding benefit. So that's a second credit that it's available. And finally, the investment tax credit, which the investment tax credit, you get the credit for making an investment in a manufacturing or telecommunications facility. Before you had to spend $50,000. That was recently, based on House Bill 224, raised to $100,000, and I think that was done based on the committee meetings just simply to account for inflation. The $50,000 has been the amount since the program started. But at any rate, the investment tax credit, there has never been the withholding benefit, but House Bill 224 added the withholding benefit if you're in a Tier 1 or Tier 2 rural county. And it's the same definition of rural county that I just read. It also allows, if you have some type of investment tax credit carryover, for you to get the withholding benefit. And we're currently working on the regulation for that. It's effective in 2020, so I think you'll see something from us. But those are kind of the two main ways that credits are monetized in Georgia. And since I originally had 15 minutes, I have a few minutes for questions. Any questions?
Questions?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna Clay.
I asked too many questions. All I've done is spoke.
Would one of the benefits, in terms of monetizing these tax credits, the professionals who had up here indicated some of the businesses that are locating that could use some of the job tax credits, they don't generate enough in order to fully utilize those tax credits. My wife and I hate to even do this. I did this last time. I got picked at with my stretchy britches analogy. But during the Christmas time, she will sometimes buy these gift cards to a various store, and she can actually buy these things, say a $50 gift card for $40, and the user gets to use $50. It costs $40 for my wife. For the job tax credit, if some of these companies are not using these, fully utilizing these credits, is that a reason that we're not really looking at using a monetizing some of these credits because we're paying $40 for a $50 benefit?
I'm not sure why the job tax credit, it's never been saleable. The whole concept of sellable credits, it's sort of new. The film tax credit has always been sellable. The conservation tax credit, it's been sellable, I think, since maybe 2009, but I don't think there's, at least, in my time downtown, I don't recall there ever being any discussion of making the job tax credit sellable. So and it sounds like that's something that you all may consider now. But
A follow-up, Mr. Chairman? Okay.
did I answer your question?
Well, sort of.
In other words, I don't know why it hasn't been considered.
Okay, well, that was my
Yeah.
follow-up question.
Yeah.
That it appears that it would possibly provide an additional tool that we were looking at that you can immediately use this tax credit for the tier counties and the tier 1s and or greater than the tier 2s, that you can provide a more immediate benefit and a better tool for our professional economic developers to attract and new business and expand those we have.
Yeah. I mean, certainly if you make them sellable, it could benefit certain taxpayers. There's no question of that.
Explain to me how, when you sell tax credits, it benefits the state in getting more jobs.
That would be something that I couldn't really comment on.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Martin.
Withholding, isn't the benefit to make them more easy to monetize? If you have a tax credit and you can't sell it, you can't use it against withholding. If your investment leads you to not generate income for 10 years, then the tax credit's no good if you don't have income tax you up, correct?
That's
So
true,
if you monetize-
yes.
But going back to Perkle's question, I'm sorry. If you can monetize it in a direct sale at 85 to 92%, that's your return, and assuming there's a readily operating market. But using it as withholding is real money 100% right now, because what that's like is your employee gets paid $100, owes 6% Georgia sales tax. You withhold $6 from that employee, but you don't have to give it to the state. You just cash $6 worth of credit, right? So it basically brings that back. If you get in a tier 1 county, I always get this backwards, but $4,000 job tax credit at 6%, 60,000. Help me out there. Where the amount at 6% you'd have to earn, I guess $66,000 to have $4,000 worth of tax liability at 6%, right? Give or take.
You're probably better at math than me.
So if they can monetize it with a withholding benefit, my question is, they earn it in 2019. Can they begin to monetize that against payroll the following year after it's certified, or do you?
The way
how does that work? I mean, tell me about that in terms of when the company can avail themselves of monetization of that tax credit.
Yeah, sure. You earn the credit, say, in 2019.
Right.
You file your return in 2020. You file an application. You have to file an application within 30 days after you file your return. And we have 120 days to process the application, and then you can start using it against your withholding.
Okay, so in that case, there'd be a 14, 15-month delay in actually getting the cash back for that.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah, so that would be the downside versus selling it.
But
Selling it, though, you'd still have to earn it.
Right.
You couldn't sell it if you hadn't earned it yet.
Well, that was my point. So you could monetize it just as quickly with a withholding. You just have to do it over time on a job-by-job basis. But you could have other payroll that didn't qualify for the jobs tax credit that you could use. You don't have to use it against the job that earned it.
That's correct.
It's
Yeah,
just money.
Any withholding that you have, you could use it against. And you're right, if you use it against the withholding benefit, you do get dollar for dollar. Versus if you sell it, $10 is going to Representative Perk's wife. So.
I thought it was going to Chairman McCall because he.
But and I'm not advocating. I mean, there are some people that, they would just want to sell it. They would want the money right up front. I mean, it's possible. Like I said, we're not advocating one way or the other. We're just sort of letting you know what is currently available, and what we see as maybe a few pitfalls with the various ways. But
all right, I think that's it, John. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to try to bring this thing home. Commissioner Nunn, will you come on back up? And Shelley Berryhill, if you can come on up. And we're running a little behind, but you say what you need to say.
We noted the time, so we're going to try to cut this down to an hour and a half. Excellent. Well, we will try to be brief. Mr. Chair, does that work okay? Can you hear us?
Testing, can you hear me? All right.
Okay, where's the clicker? Y'all have already figured out that I like clickers. So. Okay, so we've been asked to talk a little bit about the Georgia Initiative for Community Housing. I appreciated the comment earlier when somebody said we needed to change the name of the program Holly and John presented on. I refuse to use the acronym. It's the Georgia Agribusiness and Rural Jobs Act, which is a mouthful, but this probably has an even better acronym. We're going to talk about the GIC program. I don't, just by show of hands, how many of you are familiar with this program? Okay, so a number in the back, but not as many around the table. I'm going to just set the stage and then let Shelley talk about a local example and kind of how this has really played out in the community. And I will try to be expeditious in this. The Georgia Initiative for Community Housing is a partnership between the Georgia Municipal Association, the Georgia Department of Community Affairs, and the University of Georgia. And it was actually launched in, I believe, 2004 with the support of Georgia Power, and they've continued to be our lead and active financial partner. The GIC program is not a funding program. So what is GIC? It is fundamentally a planning program that helps communities to plan and address their local community housing needs. And you know, one of the things I had a local elected official ask me several years ago, you know, we're really interested in GIC, but we, you know, why can't we just do it with the council? Why do we have to have all of this community involvement over 3 years? And I said, well, you know, with all due respect, Mr. Mayor, you know, many of the things that this program that you envision at a community level will take, you know, long after you are in office to implement. So it is very long-range planning, and it requires a commitment from across the community of elected officials, of bankers and people from the community, and it is a 3-year commitment. So every year we have applications that come in from communities across the state, and the team that I mentioned, UGA, Georgia Municipal Association, and DCA, review those applications, and 5 communities are selected to enter the program as freshmen. It will be a 3-year program, so at any one point in time, you have 15 different communities who are participating in the program, and they work with one another to identify issues that, you know, I mean, maybe you've got a couple of rural communities that are addressing similar issues. Maybe you've got a couple of suburban communities that are addressing similar issues. Maybe you have a large and a small community that have the same issues, but it allows communities to work together, again, with that goal of developing a local plan. While the program is not a funding program, it does enable participants to leverage the housing resources that are available. At the state level, through the Department of Community Affairs, many of those involving federal resources, you know, or you know, USDA or other housing tools that are available at the federal, state, or local level. And if you participate in the GIC program, and I think you're going to talk about this, Shelley, you are awarded, upon your completion or involvement in the program, a letter. And you can apply this singular letter to prioritize a project, a DCA-funded project in your community. That doesn't assure that you get it, but it certainly increases the points for that analysis. So it can be applied against housing tax credit applications, against the Community Housing Improvement Program, or the CHIP program, which is funded with federal dollars. Of course, housing tax credits are federal tax credits with an additional state tax credit on top of that. And it also is eligible for CDBG funding for housing activities. The one other benefit for communities, if you're an active GIC participant, you are eligible to participate in the CDBG process every year. And that is consistent with all of our state planning designations. If you're a Plan First community, if you're a Water First community, you're eligible to participate every single year. Otherwise, for CDBG participation, you are eligible to compete only every other year. So if you got an award, you wouldn't be able to apply for another award until 2 years later. Really quickly, I'll move on. Just to give you an idea, over the last 18 years, 17 years since the program was envisioned and launched in '04, more than $361 million has been invested in GIC communities. Last year alone, there was a little north of $37 million that was invested in GIC communities through the Housing Tax Credit Program, which is, I'm not going to start describing colors again. That's the $14.4 million in the top right. CDBG, the $8.4 million at the bottom. The CHIP program that I mentioned, as well as the Georgia Dream program. And Georgia Dream is not something that you can, submit a letter of prioritization for, but you learn about how that tool can be impactful in your community, providing first-time homebuyer assistance, especially for healthcare professionals and police officers and firefighters and the like. So that's just an example of some of the resources that are available to communities, these communities and others. I thought it might be helpful for you to understand some of the topics that they address. So participants are engaged in 2 annual workshops, and it truly is a workshop. There's information gathering, and then there's kind of working together. You're in the program for 3 years, so 6 times you're going to get together and discuss issues. And at the upcoming retreat, some of the topics include kind of an overview of DCA resources at an in-depth level, so you understand what tools are available to you, but also discussion around heirs property, which is a really substantial and significant driver of blight in a lot of our communities. Strategies for blight reduction. I will tell you that at the Georgia Municipal Association's annual meeting, they outlined 4 top priorities, and blight was one of their top priorities, really looking at housing that is beyond its safe or useful life. Neighborhood revitalization, snapshots of community success stories like you're about to hear from Hawkinsville, Pulaski County, just to help spur ideas and thoughts. So that's an example of some of the things that are discussed. Here's a snapshot or an overview of all of the communities across the state that have participated in the GIC program since its inception. You'll note that the participants range from some larger communities down to smaller communities. Arlington, which is about an hour from here, is a participant in this year's class. I was particularly proud, and they're a current participant in the communities in Troup County who came together as a team, both the county and the 3 cities, to do this together and really to look at, if you will call it the region's housing needs. And we'll make this slide available so you can take a look. 2 quick examples, and I'm going to turn it over to Shelley. The city of Pembroke, which is the county seat of Bryan County, and for those of you who aren't aware, Bryan County is entirely bisected by Fort Stewart. So it's really, you've got a coastal side that has a lot more dynamics of a suburban community, and then a very rural northern portion, that is along I-16 with lots of dirt roads and lots of, of similar rural challenges. They came into the program, and through an assessment of their housing inventory, they began to identify workforce housing needs to support a lot of the development in the Interstate Industrial Park, where like Daniel Defense and some other companies have located, as well as neighboring Fort Stewart. And that led to 2 successful housing tax credit applications, as well as a more concerted effort to address their community needs. I believe Pembroke has about 2,400 residents, at the last census. So it's a relatively small community. Similarly, in Vienna, closer to my hometown in Perry, Vienna has been a very involved participant in all of our planning programs at DCA. And Vienna came in to the GIC program really identifying a need to address blight in their community. And note that they did this ultimately leveraging some state resources, but really starting at the local level in a 3-point approach. First of all, to revise the city code, then to begin to address some of their existing housing stock, and to help some, you see some before and after pictures here, to help some of their residents to address their community needs. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Shelley to talk about a little bit more detail about the specific needs in Hawkinsville. Of course, I grew up in Houston County. Shelley grew up in Pulaski County. As a lifelong native and have been on the commission you've been in a commissioner role for 14 years. So you want to talk a little bit about what y'all have been doing using this program?
Sure, absolutely. Of course, I'm sitting in a dangerous place between 100 people in the exit. I realize that. Again, my name's Shelley Bearhill. I have been on the commission about 14 years from Hawkinsville, Georgia. Like most rural cities in Georgia, whoops, did I just go back to the beginning? I'm going backwards, okay? Okay, I don't think my slides made it, but that's okay. Like most rural cities in Georgia, we face our struggles. We learned long ago, though, it's so much easier to face these issues when we team up, when we partnership, when we ask for help. And we have combined our local efforts with assistance from the state government, from state agencies, from our neighboring counties, from public-private partnerships, whatever it takes. Hawkinsville is small, it's rural, it's primarily a farming community. It's located right in the heart of Georgia. We have a population of 5,000 in the city and 12,000 in the county. We struggle like most rural cities. However, we're doing well. We're in good shape for the shape we're in. We have a small rural hospital that, like most rural hospitals, it struggles, but we've utilized the assistance of our Archway partnership. We're an Archway community, and we're so proud of that. And through that partnership, they've assisted our hospital in meeting the needs as well as helping them find financial solutions. We've done very well in our economic development efforts for a small rural town. We recently sold our spec building. It sat vacant for 15 years. We sold it to Cherokee Brick. They'll be employing some 40 people. We sold the building for cash and provided no tax incentives and no tax abatements. We've recently had a couple of cabinet makers come to town. I've been listening all day, and like a couple of people that sat at this desk said, for some communities like our size, a 10 employee, a 15 employee, a 20 employee jobs, it means a big difference. 2 cabinet makers have come to town, hiring sometimes 3 people, sometimes 15 people, but it really makes a difference. One, even though they said they came here to build cabinets for Houston County, they said the Hawkinsville market has kept them so busy that's all they've had time for. Another cabinet maker came in primarily for the Houston County market, which is growing so fast, and they're fixing to add their 3rd shift in making these cabinets, so they're doing well. We've had a peat moss operation come that's going to be hiring up to 40 people. We've had a cement company locate here, providing about 15 jobs. But the crown achievement in Hawkinsville has been the expansion of our largest industry, H&V, Hollingsworth and Vose. They make specialty filter paper, and they currently employ about 80 people. They're a worldwide company with footprints in over 5 countries and multiple states. When they needed to have a new plant for a specialty fiber paper, they started their selection with over 100 communities in the selection pool. We were only one of many. We fought hard. Eventually, we won. $100 million plant expansion on 100 recently bought acres next to their existing plant. They've hired an additional 70 people, and again, $100 million plant. So we've done well with economic development. But our success sometimes brings problems. All of these companies with all these new employees, it's a great problem to have. But only a very few were actually moving to our town of these new employees. Most were moving to more robust areas such as Macon and Warner Robins that are joining us. We need to attract and keep these employees here. I'm getting to my point. The reasons they were moving elsewhere is multifold. One, we have an image problem with our local school system. Archway is helping us to address that. 2, we have a problem with blighted property. Our image of our city was not one we were proud of, and that does affect where people move. 3, we need more amenities to attract residents to live here, but that's a chicken and egg issue. And we realize that. We need the people to attract the amenities. We need the amenities to attract the people. And then lastly, we also have a desperate need of housing. They can't live here if the housing supply is insufficient. I'm going to very, very briefly tell you about the ways we've addressed two of these issues. First, our blighted housing. We formed an urban redevelopment committee tasked with identifying the housing. They found 106 properties that were past the point of rehabilitation that needed to be torn down. We didn't know how to address these issues. We heard about GIC. We decided, we didn't know what it was, but we decided to apply. We applied and we got in. We really didn't know what we were getting into, but it was wonderful. For 3 years, we attended seminars, classes, education. We talked to other communities that some were more further along in the process than we were, and we learned how to address these blighted issues. GIC was absolutely a lifesaver for us. Since then, 46 of those houses have been torn down. We still got a ways to go, but we're about halfway there. Progress is being made, and that's thanks to GIC. But that didn't address the housing shortage. We also have a housing shortage. We need layers of housing. One was low to moderate income employees. They couldn't afford to live elsewhere and still work here. And then two, we also need housing for the more affluent. Financially, the numbers simply don't work to build apartment complexes in our community. When I talk to developers, if the economy's bad, they're like, we're not risking a little rural community to come in and build some big apartment complex. When the economy's good, we got all we can do in Atlanta, and they don't come to me. So we lose out both ways, and it's really hard. But through GIC, we found out about low-income housing tax credits. We didn't know anything about that previously. Being a GIC community, as the commissioner's already told you, gives us a point once a year toward a program that we can apply, we can endorse. So in 2009, we endorsed a private developer who was willing to renovate, remediate, and rehabilitate an abandoned cotton mill in our town. See if I can get there. There we go. This is an old postcard showing a cotton mill in its prime way up on the banks of our Moultrie River. That mill has closed down. It's 7 acres on the river. It was an environmental hazard. It was abandoned. It was dilapidated. It was blighted. It's right there at our river. We didn't know what to do. It was on the tax rolls at about $100,000, and those taxes weren't being paid. So it was really a problem for us. Utilizing low-income housing tax credits, among other things, incentivize this developer to come in, and what a difference it makes. That's what it did look like when it was abandoned. 7 acres there on the river. This is, again, a postcard of what it looked like in its prime. That's what it looked like prior to working. And now, there on the left, you see what it looks like today. It's 32 apartments. It's on the tax rolls for several million dollars. It's 32 units that are flushing toilets and running sinks every day, and that we need that in our city. My daughter lived there for a brief time, and the water bill was part of the rent. It was included. So every time I went, I'd just go and flush toilet, flush toilet, flush toilet. I do my part to help our city. This project would not have happened without low-income housing tax credits. On the other end of town, that's some numbers. These will be in the notes if you want to look at them, how that happened. On the other end of town, that's on the south end of town. On the north end of town was an abandoned hospital. The hospital closed in 1978 and moved to newer facilities about 3 miles out of town, and this has sat vacant ever since 1978. And it has gotten worse and worse and worse, and it was just about to the point of us having to tear it down. But again, utilizing low-income housing tax credits, utilizing our GIC points, we were able to entice an Atlanta developer to come in. He spent $11 million. We did what we could locally. We granted some zoning variances. We granted some design variances, since right now we still have control over local design. We need it to stay that way. But the old hospital was renovated into 34 1- and 2-bedroom apartments. And then across the street from that, they built 34 2- and 3-bedroom apartments in brand new buildings. This is huge for our community. They opened the new units in July of this year. All 34 apartments are occupied. They opened the hospital. They finished those renovations about 3 weeks ago. They've already got about 6 or 8 residents, and the process is going through now. It will be full before much longer. We now have safe, affordable apartments for employees to live in, and it's right in our downtown. People live where they live, so that helps. We still have to address the need for more affluent employees, but at least part of our concerns have been addressed. Economic development is hard. It's doubly hard in rural areas. We need assistance. We need help. We need programs like GIC and low-income housing tax credits that provide monetary and technical assistance that we couldn't do on our own. Progress can be made in small and rural and ag communities. We don't need the state telling us what to do. We don't need the state paying our way. We're willing to do that. But assistance and helping us to make the playing field level is always appreciated. Together, we can do this. We can be success stories. So I invite you.
Show them the pictures of that. My daddy was born in that hospital.
That's what it did look like, and that, I think I passed the one it looks like
Yeah,
today. Let me go back.
This is that last one.
And that's what it looks like
It's hard to see with the glow.
today. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see, but it's a beautiful building. Many of our residents were born there. We're very proud of that. Now that people can live there again, some of us are hoping to die there, so. Not anytime soon.
Amen. Well, and Shelley, that's helpful, and I really appreciated the point that this is all about how do we bring the resources to bear to enable local, the local community to determine their needs and to figure out how to avail themselves of resources of state and federal and,
Yes.
and other resources.
We appreciate the help between DCA, between our regional commission, between our Archway partnership. We are able to get assistance to help us grow. We're willing to do the work. We just appreciate the help.
So that's a little bit about GIC.
Okay. Patty, you got a question?
Yes, I do. What a really good presentation. Thank you, Shelley, for sharing.
Thank you.
I would love for my community to hear your story.
Give us a call.
I will.
We love to brag on Hawkinsville.
Okay, very good. We're neighbors down in Dooley County. But in terms of the GET program, is there any data? How can I find out if any of my communities has gone through that program? I think I know Dooley, but I was just trying to find out about the others.
I think y'all went through the same time we did, but I'm
Dooley.
not positive. Dooley, I
Right.
think so.
But I know Dooley, but I'm curious about the others and, or just getting information to pass over to other communities. But this is
I'm
this
sorry,
is
I
good.
hope I'm
Thank
not
you.
making y'all sick by backing up. Yeah, it looks like, so Vienna, we mentioned. Vienna has participated. I guess that's Sumter Americas. Yeah, I mean, there's some room for application in your area.
I would highly encourage them to do it. It's a wonderful program.
So do you have to renew, I mean, once you go through the program, that's for a lifetime? You they don't have to go through another review process or anything?
So that's a great question, and I noticed, the individual who runs the program from UGA, I had invited to come and speak with us today. There is, after the 3 years when you graduate, there's an alumni certification process that you can go through and keep that alumni certification up. You don't have to do that to benefit from the long-range planning. So I don't know that y'all are actually a certified alumni community.
We
but
actually
you
didn't
continue
know
to-
about the certification, but we're going to pursue that.
So it's an ongoing, because y'all went through in 2010.
Right.
And are continuing to exercise this. We have talked to some communities, and we've actually had some conversations among the 3 partners about especially for some of those communities who went through the program in the early 2000s. Does it make sense to go back through? I think a lot of it probably hinges on how active that community leadership is. So if that community team, remember, it's bigger than just your elected officials. If they stay active and involved like y'all have, you can perpetuate. But if everybody kind of gives up, then it makes sense maybe to go back through the program. But it's a 3-year program with ongoing long-term benefit.
And just a follow-up comment, Commissioner, I want you to know that your team, Seth, Rusty, and Sarah Lynn, they do an amazing job. So I just want to thank you for them.
Can I thank you for that? And just really quickly, can I have all of my DCA team that's here raise your hands? We have a fantastic group of people.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Commissioner, thank you for the presentation. Thank you too, Commissioner. I have to go through Hawkinsville on the way back home on 257, so I think I'll come by and visit
Please do.
some of your facilities. Commissioner, when you say elected officials have to come together to apply, does that mean the mayor and all our county commissioners and everybody has to be on board?
So the answer is you've got to put together a team, and it's a multifaceted team. I'm looking back to the back of the room. Give me who all is required to be at the table? So again, the point being that it's community-driven, but it has to be multifaceted. It just can't be your commission, your county commission, or your elected officials. You've got to bring in other people from the downtown, from the housing authority, from the various disciplines.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Well, thank y'all. Shelley, I was actually in Hawkinsville not too long ago, and I was wondering what that was over there, and it caught my eye.
Good.
So
Good.
it's very nice.
We're
Very
real
nice.
proud of both projects, and we're looking to do some more.
Good deal. Good deal. Well, thank y'all for being here. Just a quick few housekeeping items. Shuttles will start leaving at 6:15 from the Hampton Inn, going out to the farm. And then they'll be running back and forth. So if you miss the first one, they're going to come back and get another load, however long that takes, 6:45 or so. Dinner will be at 7. We'll be back here at 8 o'clock in the morning. There will be breakfast at the Hampton Inn, but PCOM will also be providing some breakfast here as well for us. And on your way out, if you will, there are some gift bags in the members' room over there where we've been getting our snacks. So grab one on your way out. It's got some goodies in it from the local area. So we'll see y'all in a little bit. Yeah, you can leave everything here.